All right. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate your patience. It is now 11:21. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. As I understand, there's one item we want to address before we go to legal, and that's item number 3. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind for the record, read that in.
Item number 3, a motion to adopt 2023 mill rate and resolution for each taxing district at the commuted proposed full rollback rate.
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, we're voting. I may have to do a roll call. Wait a minute.
Computed rollback.
I know I'm going. Was that?
There is a, Mayor Johnson, excuse me, there is a typo in the motion. I wanted to make certain that commuted should read computed.
All right, it is noted for the record. Madam Clerk, our systems are not on. Well, my monitor's just not on. We have a motion and a second. We're prepared to vote. Voting.
Well, none of our main screens work, so yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner, how'd you get? We have one working.
Nothing works up here.
It may have got turned on.
Wait a minute. What? Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Oops. Okay.
All right,
There we go.
All right,
Got
we
it.
go. All right. Just turn them on. Just turn them on.
It's on. Okay.
I see the light. So we're voting? Yes.
Voting.
Yes.
8, 6, and 4. I think we're good. We're good. Oh, no. That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turner Mack.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I would recommend a motion to go into executive session to discuss pending and potential litigation, real estate, and cybersecurity.
So moved.
That's Ms. McKnight and Mr. Franham.
Sure.
Was it? Oh, no, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
It was, okay. It was Mr. Johnson, okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting.
You sure can. I hear. We got the alert. Mr. Franham, are you?
Sorry. Thought I hit it.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now in legal.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your patience. We had a longer than expected legal today, as we haven't had one in a few weeks. So our apologies. We're assembling everybody. We're going to get started here in just a second, okay? Just give us a couple minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk, call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Davis, Commission, we will ask for a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
There's a motion in the second. Seeing no further discussions, we're voting.
Ms. Johnson. Mr. Garrett.
Oh. Excuse me.
I wasn't
Mayor
gonna
Davis,
say
Mayor Johnson.
that. I wasn't gonna say that.
It's been a day.
right, 4 and 8. Where we at?
Mr. Garrett, I told him. Mr. Garrett,
Commissioner, you voting?
he's not voting. Go ahead. That motion carries with Mr. Mason out, Mr. Garrett not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of our closed executive session?
Yes, there are, Mayor Johnson.
Okay. Our first is, you ready?
yes.
Okay. A resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Timothy Fulton, claimant in the aggregate sum of $30,000 for the purpose of settling litigation matters.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to approve this? Motion to approve. All right, I have a motion and a second. Commissioner from the 7th, I see you in the queue, sir. All right, you got it. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Voting.
That motion carries 8-1, with Mr. Garrett voting no. Mr. Mason is absent today.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown?
Our next resolution is a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Brittany Irvin, guardian and conservator of Bailey, Inley Curtis, and Peyton Dantrell, Shantae, Germany, in the aggregate sum of $500,000.
All right. Colleagues, is there a motion to approve, please?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's continue.
Our next item, a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Kathy Shepard in the aggregate sum of $75,000.
Colleagues, is there a motion to approve, please?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
Mr. Franum, sorry, sir. It's unanimous.
All right. Madam Clerk, are there any more?
Okay. Our last one is a resolution authorizing the settlement of claims by Ollie Jones in the amount up to $600,000 payable to Ollie Jones and Rivas Law Firm, LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right. Receiving the motion from the Commission from the first and the second. Voting. Madam Clerk, I think there's one more, right? Two more.
Well, we got it. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown?
Do you have any more?
No, I'm fine.
We'll request a motion to approve the cyber incident closeout response and to authorize the mayor to execute the necessary documents required for such closeout.
So moved.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. I have a motion and a second. No further discussion. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Attorney Brown.
We will request a motion to transfer 2502 Allen Street, Augusta, Georgia, to the land bank.
All right.
Second.
Was a motion and a second. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Attorney Brown, if there are no further motions, I hereby adjourn this meeting, and I'm prepared to sign the
No further
closed
motion,
meeting.
sir.
Thank you so much. I'm prepared to sign the closed meeting affidavit. This meeting is hereby turned over to the committees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. If there's no Question from my colleagues on the Public Services Committee. I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and which one's getting deleted? And 3 is being deleted. Okay. No 7. So we got 6, 8, 9, and number 3 is deleted.
Okay, we'll add that to the consent for deletion.
What was the reason for deletion on 3?
He's coming back.
He's
before
coming
us.
back on through licensing inspections.
Okay. All right, committee, can I get a motion to that effect, please? So moved. Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting. Commissioner 10. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, if we can go top down, number 1, please.
Okay. Ms. Walton here today?
I think so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We have 2 items today. The first item is a new ownership, alcohol number 23-33, a request by Courtney Patel for a retail package liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Stevens Creek Wine and Spirits, located at 1061 Stevens Creek Road. This application has been approved by Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office. Do we have any objections to this alcohol petition?
None noted. And if you could state your name and address for the record, please, into the mic.
Courtney Patel, 954 5th Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Thank you. Colleagues, can I get a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 2.
Number 2 is an address change for a massage operator's license. It's a request by Leonard Thomas Silas for a change of address for RTS Restorative Therapy Solutions from 1219 West Wheeler Parkway to 149 Davis Road. This application was approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors?
None noted. Sir, please state your name and address for the record.
Leonard Thomas Silas, 230 Tripp Street, Harlem, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, can I get a motion, please?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right. Agenda item number 4, please.
Item number 4, Mr. Daniel New, regarding transient occupant confusion.
Okay. When we had this agenda item last month, I think it was, Mr. New had sent us an ordinance that was sent to the entire governing body, sheriff, and I guess legal counsel. I'm calling you first to kind of, did you review the ordinance, your thoughts, and where we are? And then I think if anyone from the Sheriff's Department or anybody wants to speak on it, we can go from there. Yes. Madam Administrator, sure.
Commissioner, I would also like to add that Planning and Development has had some extensive conversation, and I would rather if you would consider calling them up
Okay.
to speak to
Let's
the
just-
ordinance.
Okay. Planning and zoning, please come forward. Just want to move this football down the field if we can.
As they are on their way up, we've had extensive conversations surrounding it, as well as they will be outlining some key differences between the ordinance from one municipality to Augusta. So that's what I want to point out for this body to pay close attention to.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today?
Great.
All right. So there's been a lot of conversation in regards to whether or not we need to draft an ordinance in regards to the hotel motel. And I wanted to let the record show that there is an existing ordinance in the County Code of Ordinance, Section 3-7-26, that expressly it states what the hotels are expected to do in the roles. I'll read into the record the last paragraph where it says, all such boarding houses taking transient boarders or lodgers as defined in the preceding paragraph shall at all times be subject to inspection by the Sheriff's Department, and it is hereby declared to be the duty of the Sheriff's Department to keep general supervision of and from time to time to inspect all places in Augusta, Richmond County where transient boarders or lodgers are entertained. So there's already on the books an ordinance, so we don't have to draft one per se. So I wanted to make that portion clear. The other thing is we looked at some of the concerns, or we did look at the Morrow ordinance. I would exercise caution with regards to making piecemeal or ad hoc changes to the zoning ordinance. In particular, when you look at the Morrow ordinance, one of the things they talk about is limiting the number of days you can stay in a hotel to 10 days and things of that nature. A lot of the definitions are not suitable. When you look at what Augusta is and the size of Augusta, the city of Morrow is about 6,000 people. So we are 198,000 more people. So when you draw comparisons in regards to the ordinances, you want to make sure that we're picking something that's applicable and comparable. So with that being said, I can field any questions, but the major things that we noticed were a lot of the concerns or the thoughts that were in the Morrow ordinance would be difficult to enforce, and everything we need already exists within our existing county code of ordinances, not within the zoning ordinance.
And did you have excuse me, did you have conversations with the Sheriff's Department about our current ordinance and then what the Morrow ordinance looks like?
I did not talk to the Sheriff's office. No, I haven't had that opportunity yet.
Okay.
But I have spoken to the Chamber of Commerce, and I've spoken to other hotel operators.
Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. As far as this ordinance 3-20-26, this existing ordinance that we had in place, you know, this has been in discussion, I guess, for over 4 weeks now, and it's just being brought forth. How come our attorney staff has not let us be aware of this whatsoever? We even had the Sheriff's Department representative here last week in regards to this, and basically what he was saying, hey, y'all put an ordinance together, we could use it as a tool to help remove the guest that's actually extended stay. You stated that the difference between Morrow County and Augusta Richmond County ordinance is because the extended stay is 6 to 10 days, etc. What else is in that Morrow ordinance that is not compatible to Augusta Richmond County?
Just in general, we looked at some of the definitions and things like that, but I want to say, give me just a moment.
Commissioner Guilfoyle,
yes,
Samuel
sir.
Meller, Senior Staff Attorney. We reviewed both the original Morrow ordinance as well as the proposed ordinance that was given to us as sort of suggested to be passed. Again, one of the things that was highlighted was the aspects of the Morrow ordinance which allowed law enforcement to enforce that ordinance. That's already covered in our Augusta ordinance 3-7-26. Again, the original Morrow ordinance, not the one that was proposed to us, but the original ordinance, one of the key areas is the Morrow ordinance prohibits any person to stay at any hotel or motel for longer than 10 days in a 30-day period, and prohibits hotel or motel owners to permit or allow a person to stay at a hotel or motel in excess of 10 days in a 30-day period. This is in the original Morrow ordinance 9-12-10A, and there are exceptions for natural disasters and verified employment purposes, but in the Morrow ordinance, it basically it bans entirely anyone for staying longer than 10 days in a 30-day period, except for extended stay hotels that have an oven or a stove or other such kitchen appliances in that ordinance. That's not what that wasn't in the proposed ordinance that they said that we should adopt, but in the original Morrow ordinance, that was a key portion. So basically what it's doing is banning any stay for 11 days or longer in a 30-day time period, which may not, according to this body, be something that we wish to adopt. Additionally, even if it was 11 days, a lockout or self-eviction would still not be appropriate unless the hotel or motel owner complied with OCGA 43-21-3.2, which is the state.
Do you have any of them, what you read in as far as the ordinance? You could put it up on the screen so we could read as well.
Is it up?
Because we didn't have a clue about this being brought forth, and it should have been, hey, I just wanted to let you be aware, this is what's coming forth to state. Well, number one, we got an existing ordinance in place, which it hasn't been discussed in a month. Now we're saying that we're bringing up these other codes to contradict what the Morrow County ordinance is stated. It's putting us in a very peculiar position being behind this dais.
Well, Planning and Development was recently asked to weigh in on this, and as soon as I was invited to the table, I brought the ordinance forward.
Okay. As far as length of stay, this 9-12-10 length of stay, Mr. Mueller, I think the challenge is the hoteliers is having a problem when they have somebody come in to pay for a room for one night or two night. But after that 1 or 2 night that they paid for, they can't get them to leave their hotel. That's the challenge that they are facing. And the Sheriff's Department in the previous years, they don't have any kind of tools in their chest to say, hey, get off this property, trespassing, et cetera. It puts the burden on the hoteliers here in this community. And what is your solution since y'all bringing this ordinance, the old ordinance, to us? What's the solution? The only thing I see contradictory is the 7 to 10 days difference. So what would your solution be to help out the hoteliers here in Augusta, Richmond County?
In regards to the ordinance, the County Code of Ordinances is there for us. It's a point of reference. If we're talking about helping out hotels, we have to talk about hotels across the entire county, not just a select few. With that being said, if there was a appetite in order to pursue a motel or expanding the hotel motel ordinance, a work session should be had and a public meeting should be had in which all hotel owners are invited and they can weigh in. One of the things that is of concern is potentially expanding an ordinance without getting the proper input from all those that would actually be affected or impacted. So if there's an appetite to pursue something else, having a public meeting outside of the Planning Commission in which we engage the people in this industry to have a conversation about what their needs are and seeing where the ordinance is supposed to be supportive and can be supportive. That would be the recommendation from the Planning and Development Department.
Okay, as far as having a public hearing, public say-so, having all the hoteliers show up, but not just a select few. There was like 40 or 50 of them here these past 3 or 4 meetings. It's a public venue. I'm missing something here. Maybe the administrator could chime in, or can we hear from the attorney for the hoteliers, Mr. Chairman?
I mean,
because what I'm seeing right now is nothing changes.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I think that this body's got to determine whether they feel like we should put more teeth into it by limited the days like other municipalities. And I think that's the conversation that maybe you're speaking of that we ought to have with the hotel owners in a public setting where they're all there. I'm not sure what other things that we'd like to see change. But I mean, obviously, my concern is we didn't know about this before today, and then I know you weren't at the table before. I guess you were asked to be, but at the same respect, I just feel like we're kicking it down the road more, and I don't like that. I think that if we're not going to, number one, I want to hear from them, and number two, like I think you're right. Like if we're going to make changes, then we need to have a public conversation, and I think that's where we're going to have to go. But I'm gonna leave. There's some more discussion here before we let. We're gonna y'all give us just a minute here, and then we'll let you in. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not on this committee, but I did want to weigh in. Similar to my confusion from my colleague from the 10th, we've discussed this, I know, at least 3 times now on the floor, and even last time, the Sheriff's Department had a representative here that says, you guys, the city does not have an ordinance on the books that helps us facilitate some of these problems that we're having. And so for us to now just hear what this, that we actually do have an ordinance, I'm just trying to understand where's the confusion. And I understand that planning and zoning wasn't invited to the table yet, but our attorney should also have all the ordinances in front of him as well as our administrator. You would think that somewhere along the line somebody would have done some research into what is currently on the books. And I think one of the requests from the attorney that's representing the group that has been bringing this entire conversation to light has been that even if our ordinance doesn't have any teeth to it, that our Sheriff's Department can enforce. So what is different in the Morrow ordinance that provides teeth compared to ours? Or is there any?
The language, the proposed language that the hotel owners in the committee had put was when the owner, innkeeper, rightful occupant, or upon proper identification, an authorized representative of the owner or innkeeper show probable cause that a person has committed or is in the commission of the offense of trespass upon in hotel or motel premises located in Augusta, Richmond County, Georgia. Law enforcement personnel may give such person the opportunity to voluntarily remove themselves and their personalities from the premises, or shall remove such person subject to arrest. At that time, probable cause is established that such person has committed or is in the commission of trespass as defined by OCGA 16-7-21. So this was the language that the hotel owners had identified as, quote unquote, putting teeth. The problem is that under separation of powers principles, this commission can define what offenses are, but cannot define how deputies are specifically able to enforce those laws with distinct and precise actions. That is solely under separation of powers principles, solely within the sheriff's constitutional authority as the constitutional officer designated to enforce laws. So what this provision basically says is that if a sheriff's deputy comes to a location and finds somebody who is in violation of criminal trespass, that deputy can either A, allow that person to leave, or B, remove that person himself subject to an arrest. Those decisions are solely constitutionally within the purview of a sheriff's deputy. And so this body can define some aspects of law, but cannot specifically instruct sheriff's deputies on how to enforce that law. That is by long-standing constitutional law solely within the authority of the Sheriff's Department.
All right, thank you. We've got quite a few representatives from the Sheriff's Department, including the Sheriff himself. Sheriff, I'd like you to weigh in to kind of see what direction you need from us. You had an officer here 2 meetings ago that said, hey, we need a better ordinance on the on the books for us to be able to enforce these. So I think there's definitely something lost in translation between these past few meetings.
Yeah, I mean, if the sheriff or a representative who wants to come forward, I'd love to hear your perspective and thoughts. And
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As we're looking at it, as far as he said with the trespass, we treat the hotels just like we didn't do any private property. We can't take out a trespass warrant on a private property entity. The owner has to do so just like a shoplifter has to. If we go to a store and someone shoplifts for you, the store has to take out the warrant. The hotel owners is their property. So they say they don't want this person here and they want to remove, and you say, do you want them arrested for criminal trespass? Then the hotel owner, because it's their property, would have to apply for the warrant because it's not county property.
Can you not remove them in accordance with this ordinance, saying, hey, you're in violation of this ordinance? That way
You're talking about the ordinance that's present. It's the first time I read it, but the only thing I'm seeing in this ordinance says that the sheriff's office can inspect.
Well, and that's what I read too.
So
I'm trying to understand the attorney that keeps saying that there's already ample, wording on the books for you guys to do something, but really that's all I'm reading too, is that you can inspect.
Right. Again, this is the first that I'm reading this particular statute, but based on what I'm reading here, this says we can go in and inspect at any time, and we are permitted and prescribed to go to inspect. But again, I don't see where that gives us a criminal nature of removing a person without the warrant. Now, at any time, like I said, any private person, and we had this situation when the malls were open, when they had people that they borrowed from the mall and they wanted to remove, they would have to fill out the warrant, and then we will arrest them on the criminal trespassing warrant. But that's because it's a private property.
Sure. Right.
So, like I said, this is the first I'm reading of this. I'll be happy to. Like I said, we haven't had an opportunity to sit down and meet about this particular. We will, and we can hash it out. They give us some more direction on it. We'd be more than happy to. But as it reads right now, I would not be comfortable doing any criminal charge based solely on the right to say we have the opportunity to inspect.
Have you had a chance to read the one that was implemented in Morrow, that ordinance?
I have not. I think Major Messler, my road patrol, met with you. He's spearheading that part of it too. That's why I said we welcome the conversation, but based on what this is saying right now, I don't see, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with deputies enforcing an arrest based on the right to inspect only.
Exactly. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sheriff. You done? Commissioner Bobby Williams?
Yeah. Sheriff.
Sheriff, you want to speak to Sheriff? Okay.
Come on, you getting your exercise. You got 1,000 steps. You need 9,000 more.
Right. I feel like I'm going to give them today, too.
I think you pretty much answered a lot of questions, and we still have folks that have questions about this. Are you willing to sit down with a team of folks from Augusta? I don't know, maybe the lawyer, maybe the administrator, some folks from your staff, kind of talk about this to try to get us some understanding or some clear steps. I think I did ask you some time ago about it, but it's still pretty much unclear as to what kind of path we need to take with this. So maybe the administrator can put together maybe 2 or 3 people and talk to your people to see which way we need to go with this.
Yeah, we have a team of representatives particularly on this, and I'm not going to speak for the county attorney, but as you know, there's some litigation that's up there when they're about the innkeeper, housekeeper, and our thing is we don't want to get ourselves caught up in a legal bind for an unlawful arrest, and then this body would be on the line for compensating for an unlawful arrest. So we don't want to put ourselves in that situation, but we do have a team dedicated to this particular order, and we're willing to sit down. Like I said, our representative came a couple of weeks ago. Major Messer, who's the head of the operations division, those are the deputies that usually will enforce anything that has to do with that particular operation. So we're prepared to move forward. We just want to be on good legal standing all the way around. And then once that's the case, then we'll be more than happy to, if the law is there, we're more than happy to enforce it.
Yeah, and my last question, I know you, like you said, your pods are full and you really don't need extra folks and what have you, but do you think that, like it said, inspect, you think we need to change that a little bit and give you a little bit more authority to do or make some decisions on this when you go to hotels and see people that just squatting?
That's where we're going.
Yeah, and once we look at it, and I'm not certain, when was the ordinance created? Do you know how long ago this has been?
3-7-26?
Yeah, the one that's, yeah. Yes, sir.
A very long time ago.
So that's why I say I think this is an archaic representation of so we probably have to, if we're going to do an ordinance, you're going to have to sit down redo the whole thing. Now, again, let me be on the record and say the sheriff's office, we are not in the business of making law. So we will not be in that part of it, but we are in the business of enforcing law and letting you know the tools we need to enforce it, but we can't be in the business of making law.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'm not on this committee, but I think somebody alluded to that we should have a work session, and I think we should include the sheriff, chamber, and whoever you identify to be it, so we won't have to keep kicking it.
I
can
agree. How long do y'all want to make that from? 30 days from today? Okay. Administrator.
Commissioner Frankton, if
Well, I don't know, because we're still trying to do the date for the
45.
you have several work sessions coming up, so if you would allow me to get with Ms. Bonner concerning the
Okay.
schedule as well as what other work sessions are out there and then propose a date to you.
Okay. Before we move forward, I do want to let a representative speak from the hoteliers. And you're going to speak just to the body in a sense. Won't be asking the sheriff to come up. Sheriff won't be answering any questions, but kind of give us your feedback on what you heard. And obviously we want you at the table when we have this workshop in the next 45 days. And if you could state your name and address the record one more time, please.
Yes, my name is Laura Lee Blake, and I am President CEO of AHOA, the Asian American Hotel Owners Association, and many of our members are here in the audience today. I am also an attorney by training and profession. My business address is 1100 Abernathy Road, Suite 725. That's Atlanta, Georgia, 30328. And so thank you for this opportunity over these last weeks to listen to our members. As we mentioned over these few weeks, there is the Georgia Supreme Court case that appears to have caused a lot of confusion. This is the one, Efficiency Lodge versus NISA. And as we mentioned last time, that is a very different case. That was a situation involving guests that were staying more than 2 years in extended stay hotels. And even though the agreement talked about an innkeeper and a guest, the different courts, including the Georgia Supreme Court, said, hey, wait a minute. You know, more than 2 years and their kids are even going to school and they're living there. Is that truly an innkeeper and a guest relationship, or is that more like a landlord and a tenant? Sent it back to the lower courts for a resolution to review it and determine what it is under the law. For our members, it truly is transient guests. The guests are staying in the hotel for a few days, maybe even a few weeks, generally less than 30 days. But some of these guests are refusing to pay and refusing to leave. When they call for the sheriff or the marshal to assist, they come and they say, we're sorry, we can't do anything. And they're stopped from having these guests removed. There's even a story of 1 or 2 of our owners where the guests had left the hotel room. They went to the room to start removing their property because they had not paid, and they were put in handcuffs for removing the belongings of these guests who were no longer paying. So this attempt to work with the city, because we understand you cannot tell the marshal or the sheriff's office what to do. But in looking at ordinances across the state, we saw this one in Morrow, Georgia, and clearly we are not trying to tell you how to write your ordinances. As you see, the draft we put together, we did not even put numbers on because we're not sure where you would want to fit this in. But we wanted to give you some ideas based on what they did in Morrow with different definitions that could be used. Now, we added a few of the definitions. We added one specifically for innkeeper so that everybody would be on the same page. We included a definition for trespass that would comply with the state code. So these are suggested ideas for these discussions, the workshop that you're looking at. I know there was a concern that it appears in the one as to what the law enforcement authorization whether that might be a violation of the constitutional provisions. Clearly, that's not our intent. Again, it was a suggested way of moving forward, but maybe it's simply kind of borrowing what the Morrow, Georgia law had, where they specifically said that false registration by guests would be a concern, that giving false information to obtain lodging would be something that should be addressed. Renting or occupying guest rooms for illegal or unlawful purposes. And what we did to try to assist there is say, you know, one of those unlawful purposes might be when these guests are trespassing. They're not paying, they're staying over, they are using the services, but they are not clearly complying with, you know, the business owner's purposes. And as we said, you know, for our hotelier members especially, they are paying these hotel taxes on every single guest staying in their rooms. Now, if they were a landlord, they would not have to pay that. And we presume the city wants them to continue to treat their guests like transient guests, pay these hotel taxes, and then have the ability to call the sheriff's office, call the police department to come and to assist them when guests are trespassing and refusing to stay. It puts everybody at risk. It creates safety concerns. We know you don't want this in the city of Augusta. So our attempt to draft an ordinance was really a discussion point, to give you some ideas on what other cities are doing and give you some ideas, at least to put something in the books so that when your sheriff, your marshal, your law enforcement shows up, they have more power than just inspecting the hotel room. So thank you for listening to us. We're here to support you. We thank you for your efforts in this regard. We would love an opportunity to join these workshops. And on a final quick point, because I know somebody had asked, our members, in discussing this with our members, we do not believe that there's any need to put a restriction on the length of stay at the hotels. You know, again, this then becomes a matter of contract between the guests. So certain cities have done that, mainly because of crime reasons, but that is not the situation here. It's more guests are trespassing, overstaying, and not paying for it. So thank you for this opportunity. I welcome any questions, but otherwise, so appreciate you all taking the time and really making this a serious issue for the city to address.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to also suggest that when we have the workshop, that someone from Housing and Community Development is at the table as well, because there's going to be a level of displacement whenever this enforcement piece is agreed upon. You know, when somebody's living in a hotel, let's just say, for instance, a mother with children, because what we are seeing is that there are children being picked up from hotels every morning. When I'm on my way out in the morning, I pull up and I see it every day, and it breaks my heart. It's going to be a level of displacement. They're not staying in these hotels because it's fun. They're staying in the hotels because they have no other choice, right? So, and while I understand your situation and understand I do support what you're trying to accomplish, we need to make sure that we're also having a plan to rehouse people who are going to be displaced. Now, folks who are breaking the law and doing illegal activity, the sheriff's office will take care of that as we're trying to make that happen. But when we're talking about almost, 400 kids that the school system has identified as being homeless, we have to make sure that we are really being careful that we're not opening up ourselves to some type of federal issues because of discrimination. Now, again, I understand the issue that's at hand, but let's make sure that we have someone from HCD at the table, because we're going to have to rehouse folks. That's just the way it works. We ran out of emergency rental assistance money. We've run out of money to put people in hotels, which tells us that there is a need. So let's keep that in mind as well.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. One, I forgot your name.
Ms. Blake.
Ms. Blake. You brought us something from Morrow, Georgia, 6,000 people. We're 200,000 people. So we compared places like Atlanta, Savannah, Macon, Columbus. So have you found anything that they do?
And I have not on this point, but at the same time, we are not hearing from our hoteliers in Atlanta that the police are not assisting them when there are guests staying over. So we were really looking at what was happening here in Augusta, and maybe it was just some confusion. I believe we heard testimony last time that because of these Georgia court cases involving these long-term, extended stay guests, that they had basically implemented a policy that if any guest was staying more than 2 to 3 days, they were refusing to remove them. So this was the first I've heard. I have not heard this in any other part of Georgia. So that's why we were really trying to come up with ordinances that might be a starting point or a launching pad for an ordinance that Augusta could consider moving forward. And we recognize, of course, Augusta is much bigger than Morrow, but yet legal principles and ordinances, if it applies, I think, then let's consider what makes sense.
But you did research throughout Georgia and other places, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you had no hits from Atlanta, no hits from Savannah, no hits from Columbus, no hits from Savannah, anything from a city that compares to Augusta?
That is correct. I did see a few things out of Norcross, but again, it had to do more with criminal activities that Norcross had implemented a specific city ordinance involving hotels and motels, and I believe in that when they reference loitering, which might be applicable, but again, that was more specific to some sections of Norcross that had some severe criminal activity and how they were trying to address that, but nothing on the trespass angle.
Okay. My second question is, when I go to a hotel, they take my credit card for anything, whether or not I'm staying a little longer or incidentals or what have you. So why is it that these folks have problems with people staying longer and then not able to charge them?
Right. So, and let me address that. Some of our members were accepting cash, and so a lot of them now have changed their practices because of these developments. But it's even, stories like the guest first goes maybe to Dollar General and gets a Visa gift card, puts a certain amount on, and then they use that to pay for the room, and once that amount is gone, there's no more. So it's not like a normal credit card that you can continue to charge it.
Okay, I guess my question is, why are we doing that? So my thing is, maybe if we do a new ordinance, that it needs to include something about how people pay as well. And if you paying, I thought every hotel takes a credit card, regardless of if you pay cash or if you pay with a gift card, that you have to give a credit card and say, this is, we're going to hold $350 on here, and this is for incidentals or whatever. So are they taking rooms by phone or something to check in, or what?
Right, and I can address that as well, and I could have one of our members join me to address some of these points. But oftentimes, these rooms are reserved through an online travel agency. So I'll just use Expedia or Priceline, where you reserve online and you enter the amount, and then they show up, and the hotel owner has to honor it. I'll also share this only because I know this from kind of personal family circumstances. Sometimes people have very poor credit and cannot get a credit card. So I think that might also raise legal concerns to implement something like that. But our members are aware of it, but oftentimes through some of these online, online travel agencies, like the Expedias and the Booking.coms and this type of thing, a large number of their guests now come through that, and they can just book with whatever. If it's a Visa gift card, they can use that number to do so.
I agree with you, and I sympathize with the situation, and I want to try to help remedy the situation. At the same time, I think we're taking a knife and we're cutting ourselves, and then we call the medical doctor and tell him to stitch you up because somebody cut you up. And in other words, I think if we do an ordinance or put teeth in the ordinance or change the ordinance, I think there needs to be something in there about how folks pay as well. And I've never been to a hotel that didn't take a credit card. So I'm thinking that in the future, that if we put in guidelines and you follow the guidelines, then you should be covered by the ordinance. But if you don't, then you can't. If you want to take credit by phone or gift cards or what have you, then I think you leave yourself out there to be uncovered. And if the sheriff department shows up and you have done what you were supposed to do, then you're covered. If not, then I think there's a problem. So I think some type of how you pay for a room has to be or needs to be included in any new ordinance as well.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we'll definitely put that on the workshop as well. I want to thank y'all for coming. Do you have something, Mr. Sharman? 30 seconds. We got to go. It's name and address
Andy
real quick.
Sharman, 1080 Clarkson Road, Augusta, Georgia. Basically, I think we're missing the main point. Been in the business, family business for 40 years. When a guest doesn't pay to stay at your hotel, it falls under theft of services. Every other sheriff that we've been under has treated it with theft of services. And I think that's the point we're missing here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So committee, can I get a motion to we're going to have a workshop in the next 45 days. We're going to have HCD, the administrator's office, the hoteliers, the sheriff's department, the marshal's department, and planning and zoning. Is there anybody else? Destination Augusta.
So moved.
Can I get a second? Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
Agenda item number 5, please.
Item number 5 is to discuss the process of implementing a panhandling ordinance.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bonner. In February, I sent all the commissioners the ordinance that Columbia County implemented for a panhandling ordinance. And then in June, I sent it to the Homeless Task Force, just making sure that I was being transparent in bringing this item forward, understanding that this issue is a county issue. This isn't just a District 7 issue, especially at our major corridors where we are seeing individuals ask for money, and not all of these individuals are local. Some of this is kind of like a ring of people that are working the system in a sense. We've had families at the Augusta Exchange that were there working different corners, and then they have a car behind a business. And it's time that we, look at this, and, we have some of the best services across the state here, and we need to help people that want to be helped. And we need to provide those services, and frankly, we need to increase our services from the standpoint of day services and mental health and what we need to do to help people. But we have a section of the public that doesn't want help and is creating issues throughout the entire county. Just last night on the news, a local business on Washington Road is shutting their doors because of this problem. They don't want to be there anymore. There's just a lot going on. We want to help people, but we want to help people the wrong way. Just this past weekend on Washington Road, a group of people is helping feed 200 people, but did they do it in the right way of the service, how the food was prepared, and there's liability issues from a city standpoint. Like, we have to do these things the correct way. And I think that if you look at what our neighboring county did, they basically created a code that focuses on time, place, manner of panhandling. They didn't really focus on instead of the expressions, and it's not that it could not be constitutional. I think when you look at this ordinance that is in front of you, I don't think that violates any constitutional rights. It also, there's no criminal aspect to the ordinance that's in front of you. And I think that we need, and I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be tweaks, because there's a population that we need to help, and I understand that. But I think the main reason that I brought this forward is from a safety standpoint. When you look at our major corridors, I don't care if you're in South Augusta or West Augusta, I think you look at it, I mean, we've had people hit, we've had accidents, we've had a lot of litter in our main corridors of these people that they don't care about our community. They are coming to our community, many of them, not all of them, some of them are here, but a lot of them are not even from this community and are destroying our community with litter. That you can go to all these different corridors that I mentioned right now, and I guarantee you'll see stuff all over. And I guarantee you most of them are not from Augusta. A lot of these people are getting bussed here, and we now have cameras up in a lot of the major corridors. But you know, in my district, 3 weeks ago we had an incident where a Commissioner Guilfoyle, was told of a bus that came here, and the individual didn't want to tell who all the details of when it happened, what had happened, everything. But they were from Macon, Georgia. The person told the individual, and it is time for this community to, you know, protect our boundaries from the standpoint. You want to help people, we need to protect our boundaries too. And there's a great initiative that Ms. Dowse is going to be bringing out in the next, I'm going to say 30 days because I'm not sure when it's coming, to where people can support it. But I think it is time that, like, we look at this ordinance. I'm sure there's some tweaking from, you know, the colleagues that needs to happen based on, you know, personal preferences. But when you look at what's going on in every one of our districts, there's not one district up here that's isn't going on in where there's safety issues by having people in the right-of-ways on the middle of major intersections where they're standing there asking for money. And some of them, I mean, there's a law enforcement here, you know, some of them $400 or $500 in their pocket when they got, you know, picked up. That's you know, and, you know, we're going to talk about a jail pod here in a little bit that we should fully support. You know, we need to support them, and Commissioner Guilfoyle brought that up, and we'll talk about administrative services. But I think it's time that we look at this and really take this to heart, because I feel like it's kind of taken over our community more than it should. So I'll ask the colleagues, you know, who else wants to speak on this issue, and let's have some good discussion about it. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. I was wondering if, as far as the attorney Brown, has he looked over this ordinance?
Yes, I have.
Anything wrong with it, sir?
No, I haven't found anything wrong with it.
Anything that needs to be altered and modified?
Well, I think it needs to be discussed from a planning point of view, as well as engineering, who control the right-of-way or in charge of maintaining the right-of-way for Augusta. I do think the reference should really, the understanding about panhandling and where it occurs and the whole process and where it will fit in our code, it needs to be discussed and filtered through the departments that are in charge of those areas.
So we need to bring somebody from engineering up here to speak on this,
no,
Mr. Brown?
I would think that as a preliminary matter, that could be the case, but I do not think we should decide on an ordinance in a committee or commission session, I think that really should be developed by Augusta's department.
By who?
Well, let me answer that.
By departments in Augusta. If the commission decide to task the staff to develop an ordinance, I think it should be referred to those departments as well as legal.
Well, that's the normal sign that we have to do anyway. I mean, that's what I would want anyway, is the voting to task your to draft the ordinance. I mean, we can't use their ordinance. We got to draft our own.
Yes, I wasn't quite sure where this conversation was going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole goal of today, is hopefully that we'll task your office to draft an ordinance. I mean, that's where I'd want to go with it. I mean, I know there's tweaking. I know there's people that want to have some, explanations.
We might follow Attorney Brown's recommendation, task it to the attorneys and as well as the directors to compile a ordinance for us for panhandling.
Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Second. Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. In reading this ordinance, I don't see much about enforcement. So can we talk a little bit about that? I know that, we'll take this ordinance and make it specific to Augusta, Richmond County, but how are we attempting to enforce this ordinance? If I'm on Broad Street and someone panhandles me, someone comes up to me, asks me for $1, and there's no deputy in sight, how do we enforce that? Or if I call and say, Joe Schmo just asked me for 50 cents, I want him gone, the sheriff's office comes up and searches for Joe Schmo, what happens to that person? And then does this ordinance also apply for, say for instance, I know for a fact there's a youth group that stands on Deans Bridge and Gordon Highway, and they play the drums on Saturday mornings, soliciting donations. Would this also apply to them? Would it apply to youth groups at church who are, standing outside doing car washes or, those types of things? I understand that there was a meeting held on this topic 6 weeks ago, and no one from the Homeless Task Force was involved, and that concerns me a lot, because last night I spoke with George Escala, and we spoke about this issue in pretty decent length. And I shared with him that I understand that there is a segment of people who are kind of milking the system. There's a group of folks who are organized doing this. They're not really homeless. They're not really impoverished. They're doing this. That we'll deal with them, right? But there's also a group of people, and you go to Broad Street if you don't believe me, they're down on their luck. They have nothing at all. The same young lady walks around Broad Street every day with the same outfit on. The only time she changes clothes is if she goes to Love Ministries over the Love Center over in Harrisburg. They allow her to take a shower. They give her clothes, and she's back out. So I'm never going to be interested in supporting an ordinance, as I said on the news last night. I will never support an ordinance that criminalizes poverty. So if this ordinance will lead to arrest of people like Priscilla, who lives on Broad Street, or anybody else for that matter who's actually down in the luck, people under bridges, people who are walking around downtown asking for donations. I've gotten text messages in my phone right now from business owners referring to them as these people. We need to get these people out of here. They're bringing the wrong type of people downtown. What exactly does that mean? And so before we even go this route, and please don't take this as me opposing this effort, because again, I live on Broad Street. There's not a day that goes by that I don't come out of my door and someone asks for something. What it does for me, it doesn't irritate me. It shows me that we still have more work to do up here, right? But I want to make sure that even before we vote to entertain this, that this is not going to just lead to the mass arrest of people who need help. Now, again, the people who are on the side of the intersection who are, like you said, got $400 or $500 in their pocket, just milking the system, okay, we'll deal with that. But the people who are actually hurting out here, I will never press that green button to support an ordinance that's just going to land them in a jail that we're saying is already overcrowded. We've got to get more creative in how we address the issue of poverty in Augusta, Richmond County. And so we have data that can prove that there are folks out here who actually are mistreating the system, misleading the system. I would like to see that data versus just taking someone's word, saying that buses are being dropped off, people aren't going back home, we want people to leave Augusta. I don't want to hear the rhetoric. I want to see the numbers. If we can have this conversation and numbers are presented, and then we come up with a plan to help people who are actually in need, you have my support. But until then, I see this as an infringement. Well, not an infringement. Let me change that, because it's not an infringement. I see it as a slippery slope that will create unintended consequences, because what's going to happen next, if we don't address these issues, the sheriff's office is going to be asking for more money for the jail, and I'm not going to be able to vote for that either, because I'm not in favor of expanding jails. So let's talk about all the issues here before we move forward, because folks will be affected by this.
Well, and I appreciate your words. I mean, let me speak on a couple of things. Number one, the safety issue. Kids should not be in right-of-ways at intersections. I mean, that's a safety issue. So the car washes should still be able to happen. And yeah, I mean, they're typically in the parking lot. As far as like the numbers piece, our street team is tracking every individual that's come into this community, and I know they'll be happy to share that information that they have, and most of them are not from Augusta, and they have that data to back it up. So I welcome that. And then, I mean, there was people. If you're talking, I'm not sure what meeting you're talking about 6 weeks ago. Maybe Brentwood. Is that what you're talking about?
No, there was a meeting about panhandling that I've been made aware of.
I wasn't at that meeting.
Well, that makes two of us. And then I think at the end of the day as well, you know, when we're talking about people not being from Augusta, I just don't like this notion that we're going to pack people up and send them back where they came from. You know what? I'm not going to go down that lane. I want to stick to the facts that's on the book here. I think it's a great effort, because at the end of the day, you do have people who need to be addressed.
But I don't want you to have this perception we're just sending people away.
Well, that's what it is, Commissioner.
No, that's not true. This Reconnecting Families Fund has put a lot of people back with Connect. They don't just send them away. They have the services back at home.
I'm aware.
So
because
we're not just sending people away. So
up.
don't give the narrative that we're sending people and just pushing away, because that's not the narrative I want to. I'm not up here to.
Well, I understand. I'm not trying to say that you are. Please don't take it that way.
Okay.
What I am saying is that whatever we do, we need to make sure that we're pointed and we're thoughtful. And if they have that data, I would love to see it. The street outreach team is a segment of the homeless task force. I'm very aware of the work that they're doing. And as a matter of fact, I praise the work that they're doing. But the data has to be in front of us to make a decision versus us taking those types of just using those as opinion points. We just heard a few hours ago that we want to just put people on buses and go back where they came from. So it's not a narrative that I'm making up. We just heard it today. And no one up here can say they didn't hear it, because you did. So at the end of the day, let's make this work for everybody who it may affect, and you have my support. I just want to make sure that we're not opening up a can of worms, as we like to usually say, and we get ourselves down the road to where we're incarcerating people for having a need, because that's not going to fly either. And that's my only input here. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I want us to be thoughtful in our processes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
go to the administrator, then I'll come to you.
I wanted to speak concerning the meeting. It was not a panhandling meeting, but one for the initiative Give Change That Counts, which is what the commission tasked the administrator's office to do a couple of months ago, a program similar out of Savannah. You will be receiving more information about that. But while someone from the homeless task force was not present, someone was invited, and they have been consulted for this effort. So yes, you're correct. None of the commissioners were informed of the meeting, as it was an administrative-related meeting.
And can I add, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Dallas, I wasn't saying that at you, because I didn't know that you were involved in that. Somebody just texted me this morning and said, the city had a panhandle meeting 6 weeks ago. I'm like, excuse me?
So the administrator had the meeting, and again, it was concerning our educational marketing campaign called Give Change That Counts. More information will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand where this is coming from, the need for the ordinance, but, and I hate to be a broken record, but I do believe we need a work session of some sort. And my reason for saying that is because we need more people at the table. We need experts in their field of study. One, we also need groups like the Homeless Task Force, but we need people there that are going to speak about the current laws that are in place. We kind of dance around. I think this is all connected, even with continuum care. So even as we're thinking about continuum care and mental health, how do I separate and I say single mother because I am a mother, so that's not to mean or to ostracize single fathers, but because I am a mother, I understand that. And so how do I separate that single mother who has 3 children and she literally has no place to go? Or she's scared of the places that are there because something may happen to her children and I need a few dollars. And even as we read this ordinance, it literally tells you can't ask for anything anywhere. It covers pretty much every single place. And so I know we're saying that we want to come up with an ordinance and we're just kind of looking at this as maybe a blueprint, but we need these people at the table that can speak up for individuals that are not panhandlers, so we don't put everyone into the same category. And although it is a safety issue to be in a right-of-way, if I can't feed my babies, I'm thinking about safety, but I'm also looking at them being hungry. And so all of those different things play into it for me. And so I think having that work session with different entities at the table and different people and different voices, that would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McKnight.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this. We've got a lot to cover in this meeting today with other committees, and thank you, Commissioner Franham, for bringing the ordinance. What I think is that this body needs to get together fairly quickly and tweak some of what Commissioner Johnson's concerns are. We need to get together and put something in place, because this panhandling is only going to get worse. So we do need to do something and not kick the can down the road and say we're going to put a ordinance in place and then never put one. We've done this, we've said this before, but I think we need to get together quickly, and maybe our administrator can get us a group together, as Commissioner Pulliam said, at the table, and we get something going so that we can tweak this and get it out there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Williams.
He's a problem. What's your ask, your date, sir?
Well, there's a motion and a second to start the process.
Start the process of research or actually writing?
Yeah, I mean.
We're going to do that without a workshop or something?
I think that this is only committee and it takes 6. So, I mean, if we get to the next level, then next week maybe there's a change.
I know, but, you know, I'm just thinking that a lot would go into this. I know we got workshops piling up, but I think we do need to talk about it a little bit more.
Point of privilege.
All right, I'm just going to do a substitute that we do a workshop before actually writing the ordinance.
I second.
Okay.
That's not to beat you up. I'm just thinking that.
No, I'm just.
I'm just thinking we need more conversation.
We love workshops.
I'm the first one when you go to a gas station and you walk out, somebody asks for $1. I went to Seafood and More the other day. There was a guy sitting in front of the restaurant asking for $1. And
point of privilege.
You go down near the mall and everybody's got a sign, homeless, and even folks talking about the veterans from the Army and what have you, and they got a sign. I know they get a check, so I don't know. I'm just thinking that we just need to talk about some things. Just tell them a workshop within the next 60 days, since we did 45 days with the last one.
Go through the queue.
Commissioner Gill, for point of privilege. Go for it, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like the colleagues in this Public Service Committee to understand I was following the guidelines set forth by the attorney to put the people that would be in charge as far as the engineering, attorney, and other staff, planning, zone, et cetera, to compile a ordinance for us. And then we could take a look at it, and then it has to be modified, but at least the ball gets rolling at that point. It's not to kick the can down the road or anything, it's just to get a starting point, and the starting point which we would have to lean on is our staff anyway. So that was the main motion.
Well, it would need to be, if I may, sir.
Go ahead.
I mean, you got.
I'm looking at you.
So,
go.
So it would still need to be discussed, and I'm just thinking that if we just put it in a committee meeting or what have you, that we will only have 2, 3, 5 minutes or so. I think this is something that we need a little workshop on. May not have to be a very long workshop for them to present what they need to present, but I think people need to be able to talk back and talk through the fears and what have you. Mr. Johnson over here on the other side of me, you know, he doesn't want everybody to go to jail or what have you, but some people may have to. So we need to kind of talk through those things. So let's just vote it up or down, sir. I'm good with either one.
Okay. Commissioner, Ms. Bonner, did you want to say something?
Did I want to say something?
Yeah, your mic's up. Oh, I didn't know. Ms. Pulliam, Commissioner Pulliam, back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My add to that is, do we have to wait 30 to 60 days? And also, I know we've got 1 million work sessions, but is it any way we can look at the calendar and come back with a day that is quicker? Because I do want certain key groups at the table. Homeless Task Force is a huge, because they have that data. They've been working on this for a long time, and we don't know how to separate. But even having the sheriff's office or lawmakers, because those are people that are going to be involved in enforcing whatever ordinance we come up with. So if we can do something quicker and bring something together quicker, I'm for that as well. It doesn't have to be 30 to 60 days.
Yeah, and honestly, that's where I'm at. Like, I would like to see in the next 30 days. I don't want to do a workshop because I think we're tasking the different departments to be engaged with that, but I feel like there's the angst to have the workshop. So, I'll support it under the preface that we have it in the next 30 days. There's no reason. Commissioner Johnson.
I want to remind everybody, when Commissioner Scott led the non-discrimination ordinance conversation, the ordinance was drafted, and in that actual ordinance went to a workshop. And she led us through about maybe 4 workshops at a time before we actually got the ordinance to a place of passage. And so that could be an equal middle ground.
Well, that was what Commissioner Guilfoyle was
Yeah.
saying. We were going to do that, task them, and then come back and maybe possibly do the ordinance. I mean, I understand you want to do a workshop. So I feel like we should support Commissioner Guilfoyle, and then we'll come back and support your.
Would Commissioner Guilfoyle be willing to take the motion and add in to send the motion to a series of workshops? Add the workshop conversation to the actual motion. Was he the maker of the motion?
He was.
So would he be willing to amend his motion to include the workshops after the motion is drafted? Because as a matter, you can't have an ordinance drafted and you don't look through the ordinance.
That's right. Attorney Brown.
Well, don't get your ordinance then.
Are you willing to amend your motion? He did.
As long as we can move forward.
Yes. Okay. So are you gonna withdraw your motion?
If he says he's going to send it to a workshop.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a back to the regular motion, and we're voting.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said it.
He's going to send it to a workshop.
Yeah.
Well, he's at, okay, now, the motion was to task the attorney and directors to create a panhandling ordinance suited for Augusta. So you're saying to hold a work session to develop this along with the attorney and the directors?
To review what is done with the workshop.
After it's
After
created?
it's created, yes.
After it's created, and then to have a work session?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That is really the actually reverse order that it should go, because the only reason I'm saying that is that then someone, when you draft an ordinance, you are putting in policy, and it should not be the staff's idea what the policy should be. We need to know what the commission wants, what limitation it wants, what groups do they want to target, and what type of punishment it's going to be. If we draft something, it's just really telling you what we think.
Well, aren't y'all the experts? I
But
mean,
you but
not
if-
us.
Yep, we would, if it was truly given the staff to do it, the first thing that I think the staff would do is become subject knowledge wise. We have to consult to see what this problem is, who does it affect, what type of punishment. We will also need to include law enforcement. We need to make sure that the courts can understand what we're doing so we can have it enforced. But we need to target certain areas. What's for Columbia County, I don't have a problem with their ordinance because that's for Columbia County. It's not for me to judge what their policies are. If you draft an ordinance, you've already, somebody's policy and somebody's beliefs are already in the ordinance. But we don't have any facts. We would just be drafting a blank ordinance.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Commissioner Garrett.
Questions for the attorney?
Yes, sir.
What is different in this process than what was stated 5 minutes ago by Commissioner Johnson on how Commissioner Scott helped formulate that ordinance, where staff got together, put together an ordinance, then we all had the opportunity to look at it, give our input over numerous meetings, and I think that's kind of the direction that we're trying to go here, but now you're interjecting that, no, that way didn't work out, or whatever, we need to do it this other way. So is it because of the subject matter, or is it because it's just a different day?
No, it's more because of the subject matter and the impact that it would have. And hearing some of the concerns, such as Mr. Johnson say, hey, look, I don't want to criminalize need. Do we want to be absolute? Do we want to avoid certain groups? Do we want
I think
to
you've
allow
heard it
some?
stated that criminalizing this has never been part of what this ordinance is for.
If you go back to the non-discrimination ordinance, that too was really done in the reverse order that it should be.
So why didn't you say so at that point?
When it got, because it did not come through this type of discussion. When Ms. Scott got involved, the ordinance was already drafted. It's not what she directed. It's not how it really should have been. If you look at how Congress or any legislative body prepares an ordinance, you are supposed to lay a solid academic foundation for the ordinance. A governing body should not just do what it wants to do. It should be dictated by the needs. And we have not established that.
A couple meetings ago, you informed Commissioner Guilfoyle that in order for staff to do anything, we need the commission to tell us to do it. And that's what he's trying to do.
Yes, sir.
And now you're saying, oh, no, that ain't the way. Y'all need to do it this way.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's exactly what you're saying.
At the power meeting, I was simply reminding Commissioner Guilfoyle, which he agreed, that if he wanted or the commission wanted staff to prepare an ordinance, the commission had to tell it to do so, to follow the process. When you get to the point,
So
you're
where
ready.
does having a workshop
Excuse me.
become part of the process?
When you get
let
to
him finish.
when
Let him
you
finish.
get to the
Relax.
point, when the commission gets to the point that it wants an ordinance, then the process that I reminded Commissioner Guilfoyle about is the process. But we were strictly prohibited from a commissioner or a committee telling the staff, prepare an ordinance and bring it back. But before you can draft an ordinance, you have to have the facts and have some kind of subject matter understanding of what it is you're doing and what impact it will have. And,
Okay.
also the parties who are going to carry it out. For Augusta to draft an ordinance and not consult with law enforcement and their ability to arrest and what their needs are, we can't just pass it and tell the sheriff, now you enforce it.
Thank you, Administrator Brown.
All right. We got a motion.
Can we stop all of that?
Yeah, come on, man. That's not cool. All right. We got a motion on the floor that was amended by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Voting, please. I'm sorry. Did you have?
That's okay. So are we going to do it the way this being, thank you. Are we going to do it the way this being suggested, or are we going to have our work session first as we are being told by Okay, so I would say work session first and then do the ordinance based off of what we just heard. And
Yeah.
it being the correct way to do it and how Commissioner Scott's situation was different. Because what we feel like, and I know I do not want to prolong this, but what we have to understand is that we are in fact impacting a whole lot of people here. This is not something that can be taken lightly. There are a lot of people's lives that are going to be impacted by this ordinance. And so we have to take it that serious. Not saying that anything else we do is not, but this is very serious. So that I think work session first, and then after work session, then we need to work on the ordinance. So, yes.
Mm-hmm. The substitute was withdrawn. So you're saying that Commissioner Guilfoyle is going to have to go back and amend his motion if to do it that way. Can he amend it twice? Can he amend his motion twice? He can? Commissioner Guilfoyle, if you wouldn't mind amending your motion, I'd like you to put a pretty stringent time frame. We're not waiting 60 days, though. 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something
Next
pretty
week?
quickly. If you can amend that motion, we can't do it next. We have to vote on it again.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
What do you want to do? How long, Commissioner?
Ms. Bonner, can I amend the motion?
Yes, sir.
To do a workshop within the next 3 weeks at the scheduling of the chairman of this committee to discuss panhandling ordinance. Then we'll move it forward to our staff to proceed to come up with a ordinance. No other changes.
And who all did you want at the table?
I wanted our staff, just the
City attorney.
administrator, somebody from the sheriff's department.
Marshal's Department, too.
Yep. Please.
Task force.
Everybody within Augusta, Richmond County that would be affected by it.
All 208,000 of you will be in a
Yeah.
meeting.
No. Okay.
Okay,
We'll-
so we got a clear motion. Can I get a second? Second. Got a second. We're going to vote, finally. And we're still not done.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, committee. Number 7, coming to Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Number 7,
Yep, we didn't consent that one. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Williams pulled it, right?
Yep. Hold on, let her read it for the record. Ms. Bonner, you want to read it?
Okay, motion to allow the Augusta Aviation Commission and its representatives to work with the Augusta Law Department on an amendment to the CFC ordinance approved by the Aviation Commission on July 27, 2023.
All right, Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Yes, sir, I just want to know what this is about.
Yes, sir. The CFC is, the acronym stands for Consolidated Facility Charge, and it is a $3.50 user fee that rental car, when you rent a rental car, it's added on to that. And so what this is, again, this is codified in ordinance, this particular dollar amount. And what if we were able to make this adjustment, what we would do would be to adjust this and also add some flexibility in terms of the date of where we could implement it.
Okay, so when I go through, you can add $3.75 to my rental car.
That's what occurs currently, and again, what these fees are used for, they're kept locally, and they're reinvested back into the airport for projects related to rental cars and landside and parking improvements. So this increase is also driven by the rental car corporations, part of a financial plan for some additional improvements that we'll be making at the airport.
Okay.
Some future improvements.
All right, motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion, second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, discuss the development of a food truck ordinance in downtown Augusta that is fair to everyone.
All right. Who's going to speak on this agenda item today?
workshop. I do it.
Well, it was deferred to the committee by the commission at our last meeting.
Wait, let's see if the.
Stop. Just stop.
Let's see if we got it to be consistent.
Relax. Relax. Mr. Delaney, you going to speak to this one?
Good afternoon. Again, currently there's an ordinance on the books, number 7342. This is the official food truck ordinance. It was approved on the first day, approved and adopted on the first day of May 2012. There is one on the books. The challenges that I'm hearing about thus far relate to activities in the right-of-way and after hours. I don't, at this moment, have a way to strengthen this ordinance with regard to the after hours, the 1 o'clock, 2 a.m. kind of thing. I don't have that ability, or I don't have the, right now, I don't have the ability to come up with a way to enforce this at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just, I don't by myself. If we would like to, if the directive from the commission is for me to collaborate with legal and law enforcement to see what we can do, I will definitely follow that direction. But we do have an ordinance on the books.
So what do, from a business license standpoint, food trucks have to show when they're downtown Augusta, or do they have to show anything, frankly?
Yes. First and foremost, a food truck has to be on private property unless it is a city sanctioned event. It cannot be in the right of way. They have to have a letter, and this is all in the ordinance. They actually have to have a letter from the property owner on the premises that says that you have permission. It's a letter of permission that they keep on the truck that says that they can operate on this private property at this time. They are not to be within 50 feet of the front door of an open location that is a restaurant or anything that's a storefront. There are several criteria right here that is already in place. The main thing is that it's hard to get enforcement at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's hard to get enforcement late at night and on weekends. But outside of that, there is.
Is this because nobody works at that time, or why is it hard to do that?
Because we do not, code enforcement and business license compliance is not working at 2 a.m.
Okay. And is that most cities like that? Like, I mean, because it just feels like at 5 p.m. it becomes the Wild Wild West sometimes because there's not enforcement. And I think they kind of know that. I guess my question is there a way moving forward that, like, we have someone not work one day during the week and work on a Friday night or Saturday night as opposed to working 5 days during the week, to where, you know, we can monitor this? Because what's the point of putting an ordinance in place if nobody's monitoring it?
Okay, first, there are people monitoring it on a regular basis. What we have to remember is that when we advertise these positions, I will work with human resources and see how we advertise these positions for after hours, after dark, 2 o'clock in the morning. The level of safety that is, the change in safety and operating in these hours has to be taken into consideration when we talk about salary, when we talk about staffing. When you start talking about people going out at 2 o'clock in the morning and telling people to shut down their business, the code enforcement team and the business license compliance officers are not law enforcement. And to ask someone to go out at that time of night and not have put it in the job description and not have disclosed it and taken care of that on the front end is not fair. So I will, you know, at the direction of the commission, I will explore this more with human resources, and I will look at some of the ways in which we can do some enforcement after hours.
No, I appreciate that, because I think this is a bigger conversation down the road, because I think this isn't just your department, it's the marshal's department too. I mean, they ought to have some people that work at night. I mean, we shouldn't be at 5 o'clock, everybody go home. Like, it's time that we watch the whole building and other things past 5. So, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. This question is actually for Director Delaney. Sure. So, in regards to enforcing this, and you said you were monitoring, and we know monitoring and enforcement are two totally different things. So, with the monitoring that is taking place, is there any action being taken?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And with the lack of enforcement that's taking place on the weekends and after hours, should food trucks enforcement maybe fall under another entity instead of code enforcement, maybe the marshal's department or the sheriff's department, in order to enforce this ordinance to, you know, the way that it's written?
I think based on the conversation today across several of the subjects that have come up, what we really need to do is not operate in silos and make changes in silos. What we need to do is look at everything at overall and how we enforce things, because a lot of the times the ask that's coming forward in regards to enforcement, it's volleying back and forth, and it's creating a level of confusion and frustration on both ends. At this point, what we need to do is really just sit down as a team internally and say, this is what's missing, because we can't be law enforcement. We can't be everything all the time. But what we can do is sit down and make a concerted effort to look at the ordinance and all of the challenges that have come along and say who can enforce what and how. And then we need to be transparent with our staff with the expectations when we hire and when we set salaries about what we want them to do.
So in reference to these silos, as you mentioned, would it be your recommendation that maybe we also start discussing consolidation of some of these services into departments that could operate without being in a silo?
I think that is under the purview of the commission, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, because as of right now, there are no food trucks operating in downtown on private property or right-of-ways as of right now. Now, it's not a question. I'm making that as into a statement because that's the fact. Clubs closed at, did someone say no, it's not? It is true because I live downtown, so I'm not going to debate you on that.
There's not one at.
There are no food trucks.
Augusta Common?
There are no food trucks. What we have downtown right now are maybe some tents. Some folks are setting up tents. but what I do know to be true is that clubs and bars, they close around 2 o'clock in the morning. And then when folks are leaving those bars, they're going down to the food trucks when the food trucks were there. The sheriff's office is in downtown every Friday, every Saturday. They're down there in large fashion. I mean, when clubs are closing, they're driving on the sidewalks, pushing people out of downtown. Like they're enforcing the ordinances. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm not exactly sure of is like, what is it that we're trying to accomplish? Because if a food truck owner only has to have permission from the owners of the property to set up in their area, what would the food truck ordinance actually accomplish? Because from what I understand, it wouldn't change much else. For instance, the gentleman who came to us maybe 2 weeks or so ago, he said he had permission to set up outside of SRP. He's always sat in that parking lot outside of SRP. I'm a witness because I used to get his food. Mm-hmm. As of right now, he said that he was told by a deputy that no food trucks could set up in downtown at all. And so whenever the food trucks are coming in, they're being told to leave, even though he is following the ordinance. Now, there's a food truck that was set up at the corner of 11th and Broad, which is a right-of-way. There isn't a parking lot or anything for them to set up at. He was in violation of that ordinance. So if the ordinance is just simply followed and the presence that's already in downtown Augusta takes care of that enforcement, what are we trying to accomplish with this ordinance? The topic here says that it's fair to everyone. I'm not sure how someone selling a $5 hot dog is unfair to a business that's, your check is $100 or more and they're closed by the time the food trucks even come out. So what are we trying to accomplish with this ordinance is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, the ordinance has been on the books since 2012. So what I'm looking for, I guess, because I didn't put the item on the agenda, but if you tell me or you communicate to me what you would like to see changed, I can make an effort to go in that direction. But this ordinance already tells you what zoning, how far you have to be, where on the site you have to be, where you can't be. So my question is, what would you like to see change? Because I don't have an objective for this one.
I don't see anything that we're trying. I don't see where the change is coming in. I know that at one point the Downtown Development Authority had certain spaces that they would lease out to folks who want to set up food trucks. And I know that there was a conversation at one point in time about having the Augusta Commons set up to have food trucks around. So like there was a time when the food trucks were up and down Broad Street. As a matter of fact, it wasn't as bad as it would seem. I believe at one point there was a shooting at a food truck. And all of this public outcry came, but that was a situation that happened at the club that spilled over. If we know that downtown, that the bars and the clubs close at a certain time, then the enforcement should just be once the people are told to go, it's automatically assumed that the food trucks will have to leave as well. I don't know if we have to tweak this ordinance to be any more specific than what it already is. And I know that that's what you're saying, so I just want some direction from my colleagues on this one.
Okay. Commissioner Williams.
I pretty much have to agree with Commissioner Johnson. You went through, you got certain areas where they can set up. They have to have if they're setting up, they have to have a letter from the owner of the property that says they can set up there. They also have what times that they can do it. I'm not seeing where we need to, I mean, this says discuss the development of a food truck ordinance in the downtown Augusta area that is fair to everyone. So how is it, tell me, how is it not fair to everyone? I mean, I'm just asking for your opinion. If you don't have that, then I understand, because I'm not seeing where this needs to be changed. Other than you got some people downtown who may be complaining, as the mayor said, he got some calls, maybe calling the mayor or what have you, but they're not all of Augusta either. But tell me how it's not fair to everyone. You don't know?
I didn't make that statement, and I don't feel that it's not fair. I think that the ordinance is based on zoning, and therefore that's what the root and the sole purpose of it is rooted in zoning. It tells you what zones you can allow it. So I don't know how the zoning is unfair. So I'm not the best person to answer that question, because I don't agree with the statement.
I got you, because I'm listening, to all that you've stated that they have to either qualify for, go through to get, or what have you. And then Commissioner Johnson is saying that he's up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm in bed. I'm in bed at 10 o'clock. So you guys out at 2 o'clock in the morning, you ought to be able to eat something in some way, shape, form, or fashion.
Be busting me out like that.
Well, you said, but I'm just trying to figure out what exactly are we discussing, what changes need to be made, because right now I'm not in favor of any.
Okay.
I would need direction on that. I don't know at this point what the commission would like to see changed. No one's giving me any direction in that regard.
Gotcha. Okay.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can jump back in, I think the piece that we're missing here is just the centralization of who's communicating with the food truck owners, who's making sure that they know what information is getting out there. So if we could develop a point of contact, whether that's the Downtown Development Authority, whether that's Parks and Recreation. I know Mr. McDowell, I saw his reaction. He's like, wait a minute, what? But if we maybe just put it back under the Downtown Development Authority and have food truck operators just simply say, they sign up with the owners, they go over to the Downtown Development Authority, and then they show that, they've had this authorization. Maybe the DDA could just be that point of contact with food truck owners versus they just going out there free-handed. Because I think the big issue here is, how do we make sure that this is managed properly? Because when I get word saying that they've been told they can't set up, the commission didn't make that call. So I think if we were able to take that, and maybe not even through your office, because you have enough to do, if we were able to just send that communication, speak with Margaret Woodard, send that communication through the DDA, because they've done it before. They lease certain spaces, and certainly they can continue to do the same.
But I guess my question to that is, what about all these other events that have food trucks? And like, if you're talking about regulating, you're regulating one, aren't we going to regulate them all?
What I would imagine that this would just be for your nightlife. I don't think it would be for your festivals, because Arts in the Heart, Sunday Jazz or whatever the Commons, they go through those agencies who set up those events. But I would think for nightlife, they would have to go through a specific agency, and I think the DDA would probably be the best route to take on that one, since they are the central communication wing for businesses in downtown.
Yeah, I think, from just to chime in a little bit, like, why not create some form of like sticker or something that shows they're like registered with whatever department, we charge them like $25 or something, and that way we know that they're like good to go in a sense, as opposed to this shotgun approach of like, we're only caring about downtown at night. When I know the mayor hosted a host food truck and had some issues with the food truck situation the mayor had at one of his events. So I mean, I think we kind of need to keep it clean across the board, not just downtown. That's just my personal. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Help me understand, are we looking at amending the ordinance that we have, or because it's saying discuss the development of a food truck ordinance in downtown Augusta? And so what I'm trying to understand,
It all started because a gentleman was on private property and told that he couldn't set up shop. And that's why I was brought back to the committee. And now we're having this discussion about making it clean across the board. And I'm of the theories, let's do it clean across the entire Richmond County, not just downtown and nightlife, because that's the only way you can make it clean. You know, why are we just focusing on downtown and nights as opposed to like everybody? So, yeah, I think that might be a good motion. You have to make the motion. I can second you. I would make the motion to task the administrator to streamline the food truck process for education and for however we can govern it from the standpoint. Do we create a $25 fee? Like, come back with a solution that makes it easy for everybody.
We a while ago, we presented a decal option that would be renewed every year. One of the other things that we had proposed was the first year that it would be free, so that you didn't incur an extra cost that just died.
I just think we need to go to some form of notification that shows they're in good standing with our government or city of Augusta with a decal. I mean, that just is easy. Yeah.
We have the business license already is in place. We have a mock-up of a decal already that we can use. We just have to look at amending the ordinance potentially to say that you are required to have the decal. That is something, if the commission gives us that direction, we will represent that, repackage that, update it, and present it, and see if there is a desire for us to move forward in that direction. We don't have to go down the workshop thing.
No.
What we can do, what we can, I'm just saying, we already have a couple of ideas that we had in place. So
one of my caveats though is, like, we have people that set up down on Broad Street that are not food trucks, and some of them I don't think have business license. In fact, some of them sell alcoholic drinks with a table, because I've seen videos of it. I believe this needs to be again talked about. Like, let's do it all streamlined across, where they have to show some form of proof that they're in good standing with this government.
I think we can work with the Department of Health too, because what we're talking about is really more along the lines of mobile food services and not call it a food truck ordinance. We can, like I said, update and correct the language to cover or expand it in that way. We can look at the decals and things of that nature too. So if it is the direction and the motion is made, the department will put together potential options that will expand the mobile food service and present a decal so that businesses are readily identifiable as permissible.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to task the administrator's office to do exactly the last portion of what Director Delaney stated.
Okay.
That was getting the decals.
Well, okay. We can say to task the administrator to streamline the food truck with notification decals, etc.
Okay, second. Got a motion and a second. Voting. I want to thank the committee and everybody in attendance for the longest committee in the history of this government. And that concludes public services. Thank you.
And I'm going to make this one quick. So, yes, it is. Commissioner Alvin Mason's out. He chairs engineering services. So I am co-chair, and I'm going to go ahead and start this committee. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Ms. Spawner, are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If there are no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following items: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's how quick we do. That's okay. All right. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh no, we're going to discuss it. I'll say we're going to pull
let's
2.
Vote.
But
all right.
I consent 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, so we'll discuss 2, and if we can go ahead and vote.
Wait a minute, whose motion?
We need a second.
Second. Thank you. Motion is second. Voting.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioner Garrett, you in the queue.
Yeah, is there anybody here that can speak towards why we're allocating $600,000 from street lighting ARP funds?
Dr. Malik?
Can I just read the caption and then he can
Yes,
come?
yes, ma'am.
Item 2 is to authorize and approve construction of streetlights for Windsor Spring Road corridor between Meadowbrook Drive and Cross Creek Road. Also approve, authorize allocating $600,000 from the street lighting program designated funds to the street light construction.
Good afternoon. So this is the request from the citizens, and basically a safety issue. So we engineering received several requests to lighting of this segment of the road, given the length of the road and number of lights. So that's kind of projected estimate. We're working, our engineering working with the Georgia Power to get the actual.
But wasn't this section already included when we did the Windsor Spring Road widening? Don't they have new street lights?
So this is between Meadowbrooks and Cross Creek.
So farther down?
Yeah, that's kind of.
And is there a reason why we're using ARP funds instead of other funds to facilitate this?
So,
or actually, my question is, how much do we have left in the street lighting program ARP funds?
So, based on the information I had, I put it in the analysis part of that agenda item. So there was a money allocated by this body to basically infill street lighting, and that's really fall in that. I think it was around $4 million, but
and how
based
much
on the information I have, and so
how much is
they're 2.5 million.
Because we've already spent 600 or so to fill in gaps in the budget from last year.
Yes.
All right.
Out of that, I think 600 are going to come out.
And so this has already been through the bid process and everything, so this is the number? Or is it?
I didn't get the question, so.
This has already been bid out, so this is the number that you.
So for the street lighting, we work with the Georgia Power. So we're working with them to get the actual proposal, but based on the recent work, this is a kind of projected cost. So.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Excuse me. I can second it. Okay. We got a motion and a second.
You're voting now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Let's vote.
It's unanimous.
Okay, that
That's it, ma'am.
concludes engineering services. Thank you.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to order.
Yes, sir.
And just because I'm having a good day, I'm not considering anything on this agenda. I'm just playing. I'm just messing around with you. I'm just messing around with you. It's not often we have 9 items on the Finance Committee, so let's have some fun today. I'm just kidding. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, let's consent items number 1, item number 5, item number 7, item number 8. We're going to forward to the full commission with our recommendation, item number 4. And if this is okay with my colleagues, I would entertain a motion for approval. So moved. Is there a second? Third. Second. There's a second. Voting.
Second.
Mr. Guilfoyle? You try? Okay. It's unanimous.
All right, let's go top to bottom. Item number 2.
Item number 2 is to discuss and find a path forward to funding hiring post-certified guards for prison work crews that is so desperately needed.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, bringing this up because over these past since the beginning of this year, and I know that the other colleagues that's been behind this dais for the previous years up here has the same problem, same issues, as well as what we see in the rec department, engineering department, they face the same battles, and the biggest battle falls on our warden with the post-certified running the crews. We spending $1.2 million on these outside agencies. We just passed last week to sub out to a company, and that's the part 2 of that. So there's a part 1 as well. So with that $1.2 million, you know, we're going to have to look ways of saving money. So the best way I know how to save money is the wardens running short on inmate crews. They can't take care of the cemeteries that we have. They can't clean the ditches that we have, the retention ponds, etc. We're going to have to sub that out. In order for us to be fiscally sound, it'll be cheaper for us to find solution on how to get more post-certified officers / guards. I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, the warden come up and let's hear his challenges of how we could find a solution to the problem.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Warden Joseph, if you would. Just does the warden need to give his name and address, Ms. Bonner, for the record?
No, sir,
All
he's
right.
good. We know where to find him.
I thought so.
Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon.
Mr. Warden Joseph, would you be kind enough to tell us your challenges that you face in as far as finding post-certified officers?
Yes, sir. I think it all started about 2-3 years ago, the height of the pandemic. Ever since then, we haven't fully recovered. Thanks to this body, early this year, we were given a raise for detail officers. That has helped somewhat stop the bleeding. But in short, we're just not seeing the type of candidates we've seen for years, the traditional retirees, military. We've seen a lot of, not as anything wrong with females, but as single females, they're not staying long. You can't tell them anything. So that's the challenge. So, well, I don't mean it like that. but that's...
You see all the women turn around?
That's what we're facing. We
I
just
think
not
the item
keeping
just
folks.
died on the vine, Mr. I think Ms. Bonner won't
Right.
allow it to happen.
So a lot of folks are not staying. I think a lot of it is the money is one piece, but again, we're just not finding the traditional candidates we've had in the past.
Who are you losing your employees to?
So some are going back to the state, and actually a lot of them, they're coming in, they've applied for several positions, and whichever one hires them first, they take that first job. If someone calls them $5,000 more than what we paying, they leave.
Okay, so that's the break point.
Yes, sir.
And each officer or guard has how many prisoners in a crew?
Right, so our average officer mans 6 inmates.
Six inmates.
That's the average.
How many crews are you short?
We're funded for 24 certified officers. We're currently short 7, and
Okay.
we have an additional 7 waiting to go to school. So it's all
Okay.
14 altogether, you could say.
Okay, so basically 125,000 plus, that'll take care of the 24 employees, guards. But since I got the sheriff here and I got the fire chief here, let me go ahead and clarify one thing, because I'm pushing this for the certified guard. They are the one that's outside through the detrimental weather. They the one out there in the 101 degrees. They not riding in a car. They actually securing off prisoners.
Yes, sir.
Big difference.
Yes, sir.
So I know that once you give one entity, another entity stand in line. So I just want to clarify that. Now, as far as my the 7 crews that you have, that would actually take care of most likely the cemeteries alone.
Yes, sir. And engineering as well, too. Yeah.
Okay. And you work well with the rec department as well as the engineering?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, see if what we could do to move forward. The administrator would be part of this equation as far as seeing if in your little hideaways, do you have funding that we could increase the salaries of the post-certified guards?
Ms. Dowse?
Commissioner, while I know this is a current problem, while we are embarking upon our plans for our 2024 budget, I would ask that this matter be added into those conversations. We do have budget work sessions coming up within the next couple of weeks that we'll be bringing the commission various budget options and budget packages, and that will give myself as well as the finance team an opportunity to see what current requests are outstanding. I know that they are numerous, yet at the same time also speak with our Human Resources Department to get a better gauge on where we are with our compensation study. So I would request that this conversation, while it is important, I would ask that it be delayed until we could have more conversations surrounding our 24 budget.
The only challenge I have about that, Mr. Administrator, is that it'll fall by the wayside within all the, because your job is to do the budget. You got a lot, 32 different departments within our government asking for help. I just don't want this to get lost within the demands of your position. Because I look at it like this: we could have 24 guards running 144 inmates. And that's a lot of crews, 24 crews out there steadily doing it, instead of us having to pay subcontractors, et cetera, to do the work. It's a lot cheaper by using Warden Joseph's people. So if we can make that a priority, I'll be happy to move that to the budget, part of the budget.
I'll add it if that's the will of the body.
Yep. I think that's in order. We receive a lot of phone calls about our cemeteries, right-of-ways, those types of things, and certainly any way that we can get the ball rolling on this, we should all consider that to be a priority. And not only just in our budget cycle, but in the maintenance workshop that we're going to be having here soon, and with the administrator's right-sizing plan, which I hope that my colleagues will support here shortly, because all of these conversations are intertwined with each other in a way. We want to keep Augusta as clean and beautiful as possible, so certainly I believe that can be a priority that we work on. We have some other commissioners in the queue. Commissioner from the 6th, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In listening to my colleague here on my right, I'm in agreement with him about the things that are necessary to keep these right-of-ways, drainage ditches. You know, I get more phone calls about these matters more than anything else. Yep. And when my constituent call and say that their ditches haven't been cleaned in over a year and 2 years, then it becomes a problem. Yep. And the first thing they say is they're paying their taxes and they're not getting service. So we have got to do a better job of our service delivery strategy when it comes down to taking care of the folks that we're representing. Now, with Mr. Joseph and those inmates, I would much rather see them out working than actually sitting around, even though they're in a minimum security facility. And if we have the uses of them, why don't we make it available for them to be able to utilize those inmates to be able to get the work done in the city that we're not getting done. And we're going out hiring contractors and we're paying these exorbitant amounts to these contractors when we can keep this basically in-house. So whatever we need to do, Madam Administrator, in our budget workshop, whatever we can do to facilitate trying to incorporate or include the necessary things that we need to do by way of maintaining and retaining these certified officers so that we can have them to be able to have these inmates out. Let's make it happen. And then I might not get as many phone calls about ditches as I'm getting, okay? So whatever it takes, I'm on board with Warden Joseph in his need to help meet these needs so that we can keep our city clean. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we have a motion to receive his information with the understanding that this will be a funding priority through our budget cycle? We have a, Mr.
Motion to receive is information.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Voting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warden Joseph.
Warren Joseph, you may need security to get out of here, sir.
Amen. Just cut out the name calling next time we come. That's right.
A woman has to approve that
Name
budget.
calling it, yeah.
All right. Let's move to item number 3.
Item number 3, discuss the funding stream for the renovation of existing jail and build a new jail pod.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if I could speak with somebody in finance about this, either Tim, Mr. Plunkett. What I'd like to do before, if y'all want to decide who gets up, is to come up with a solution, because we got overcrowded jails. We got 1,185 inmates out there at the Charles B. Webster Detention Center. It's overcrowded. The conditions at the jail are horrible. No AC, doors are broken, door locks are broken, etc. So I know that we're going to have from the sheriff, we're going to have the total amount that it's going to cost for a new pod, the roundabout cost for the renovations of the existing jail, for us to move forward. But as far as the funding stream, what tools do we have in order to do a bond, et cetera, for the jail, the new jail pod, if we move forward with it? Mr. Tim?
Tim?
Good afternoon. For a bond, you could either do a geo bond, go to the voters and ask them to approve that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Do a general obligation bond.
Okay.
Have the voters approve that. If it could wait until SPLOST 9, you could always bond that out. I'm not sure how that would work if we could use the URA as a funding organization. I'm not sure on the details with that. We need the attorneys to take a look at those parameters, if we could do that or not. That could be a solution.
I didn't hear that last part, Tim.
You speaking so you might, please, Tim.
Use the URA.
Okay.
The issue would be, how do you fund it? Because it's always, we can borrow the money, but how are you going to pay it back? So if we'd also have to determine what is going to be the funding stream for this, for the project.
All right. Can we follow the same principles we did on this municipal building when we did the renovation eight years ago, where we considered that this footprint of this building was considered blight? And we actually probably need Jim, as far as we did the bonds through the URA, and then we actually figured enough for the interest and in the original bond to carry us over to the next SPLOST.
What, can I ask, when are you, I'm assuming this would be as soon as possible?
It depends on the sheriff once we get him up here to see if he can answer some of these.
Keep in mind with the, it's called capitalized interest. Basically, we borrow the first couple of years of interest.
Yes, sir.
We can only use 2 years. That's just to cover us through the construction period. SPLOST 9 won't start until 2027.
I thought it was 2026 because we
It will end in 2026, December 31st of 2026.
Okay.
So collections will not start until January 1st of 2027. Without taking all the money up front for debt service, you would probably be looking at 2028 before you started doing some debt service. So for a couple of years after capitalized interest is gone, you'd have to come up with a way we could probably maybe structure it for interest only, a way to cover that interest only payment. But
and that's a possibility there.
Yeah, those are questions. Once we determine the parameters of what everybody's looking for, we can come back with some solutions.
Commissioner, I would also like for the deputy director to answer the question. If we choose to go this route, considering the interest-only payments, will that be funded, or is it an option for that to be funded out of the general fund?
There would have to, a funding source would have to be identified. Most likely it would be the general fund.
As far as the interest only, why couldn't we pull more out of the bond, actually take out a bigger loan? Because the offset, if we waited 2 years, 2.5 years for the Splosh 9 to kick in, talking with a lot of these directors, the cost of doing business, if you wait 2 years, it's gone up exponentially. And so I would rather pay the interest up front in order to start groundwork if the sheriff has his drawings and all.
We have to follow the laws when it comes to issuing bonds, and bonds for capitalized interest, it is a 2-year cap. So we can't borrow more than 2 years, or the construction period. So if there's a...
Okay, so if the sheriff has a shovel-ready project, we should be pretty close to it.
It would be shovel-ready, where to get bonds issued, I would say it would be the first part of next year. So you'd be looking at 2 years. It'd be
Right there at it.
Mid-2026 when we run out of Cap I. So you'd probably have 1.5 years of interest that would need to be paid from a funding source such as the general fund.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the sheriff to...
Please.
Can I ask a question?
Well, let me get Commissioner Franagan.
Oh, absolutely.
Let me ask one question real fast.
Commissioner Franagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, what is the process of moving a SPLOST State project? We put $14 million into a parking deck at the depot.
Yes, sir.
What's the process of moving that to allocated towards this?
You would have to declare that, you would have to spend some money on that project and then declare that project completed. There was a small amount of funding for downtown video projects in SPLOST 8.
Mm-hmm.
There was no funding for a jail. I would have to talk to the attorneys to see if it would fall into a category.
Okay.
That would work.
Because I think that should be a viable option. However we can do it, I think that's a viable option that we should look at, entertain if possible. So I defer. Thank you.
Let's, Sheriff Entree, if you could approach, please, and then we will get Commissioner from the 10th questions answered, and I'm sure we have a few other questions here as well. If we could attempt to take these split the conversation into two. I know we have on the table renovations. There's a dollar amount there that I believe you're prepared to share. And then we have a conversation about building a new jail, which is where the bond conversation is coming in. Can we start? Let's go to the bond conversation, and then from there, let's address the renovations.
I know that there are some emergency services that needs to be acquired that the administrator had asked to join this agenda item. I'm aware of that.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
All right. Sheriff, I appreciate you coming before us. The cost of the pod, you had a estimate done already?
Yes, Commissioners. Over the last 2 SPLOST packages, we submitted for the jail expansion. They were denied in the last 2 SPLOST packages. The last one was in 2019, and that estimated cost for 192 beds plus renovations were a little over $25 million. We went back and used the exact same plans, and Ms. Dowse, those plans are in the 2019 SPLOST package. We went back with the same designer. You got them? Okay. With the exact same format for 2023, and the current cost is now $35 million for the exact same plan that we submitted in 2019. So we do have the plans. We do have the cost estimate. We have bidded it out for a builder for our specs. So right now, like I said, our current under the plans for a 192 bed and with support is at $38,229,943.
38.5.
You give me that number again, Mr. Sheriff.
38,000.
38 million.
38 million.
38 million. I'm sorry.
We can get 30,000.
Yeah, I know I bought these glasses for a reason.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yeah, 38 million. $229,943.
Can we pause for a quick sec? Let's get the administrator here.
Yep.
Ms. Dowse?
Commissioner Johnson, can you please ask the sheriff if that figure includes his FF&E, his fixtures, furniture, and equipment?
Sheriff Roundtree?
Or is that just construction of the facility only?
1 second. Yes, it does.
That includes all your fixtures.
Does it include a contingency?
Yes, it does.
Does this include the renovations of the existing jail?
No, it does not.
Do you have an estimate on that, sir?
On our immediate needs, I will let Ms. Administrator Dowse have spoken about our immediate needs and our path forward for the current renovation.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't mind, I'll let her defer to that first, then I can ask any specific question.
Okay.
Ms. Dowse?
Mr. Chairman, can I continue with
Yes,
the question?
yes, go for it.
Is one pod suffice?
The answer to that is no in our present conditions. What we're trying to do, and that's why we submitted it 8 years ago, because we knew the condition that we were going to be in. And this was pre-COVID. No one, again, like the warden said, no one predicted COVID. So basically for 2 years, there were no court cases that was being resolved in Richmond County for 2 years. But as you know, crime did not stop for 2 years. So that's what made our jail population up over 300 from the thing that I sent you, of violent offenders. They're not misdemeanors. You know, of those 1,100, almost 1,200 offenders, only 50 are misdemeanors. Every one of them are felony and violent offenders. So again, this process, we foresaw this process 8 years ago when we thought 200 would get us through 8 years ago. Now we're way past that. This is something that would just get us right back at capacity. If we were to do the 192 beds now, we still would be overcrowded, but we wouldn't be 300 overcrowded. We're just
Yes, sir. So is it a backup in our court system that's causing this problem as well?
It was and still is to some extent. As you know, when you're talking about felony cases, they take a while to resolve through court. You know, sadly, I've had a person in my jail for 6 years awaiting court.
At $55 a day.
It's a little bit more than that a day, but that's the low end of the cost. But yes, like I say, roughly like I say, when we were at capacity, which is let's say 1,000 beds, it was costing us roughly $75,000 to $80,000 a day to run our jail. Of course, now that is exceeded because we're almost 300 over that. Especially when you bring in medical and food. We're well beyond that capacity and that price range now. So that estimate is you're probably getting close to $90,000 to $100,000 a day to run your facility.
Okay. How do you plan on staffing this new pod, Mr. Sheriff?
Well, one of the things that we've done, because we being a consolidated government, being a full service sheriff office, like I said, we're tasked with running the jail and handling all law enforcement entities. What we did was we had a model for our law enforcement entity where the candidate came in, had to pass a series of exams to include a physical exam based on the fact that most of my individuals want to go from the jail when they start with no experience. They start off in the jail and it takes about 18 to 24 months before they can transition out to the road patrol to operations. So what we did was now we've eliminated that physical fitness minimum or maximum score that we require for the road to get the candidate in. So if they do want to go to the road, then they can prepare themselves within that year and a half to get themselves road ready. So that is bringing in some candidates that traditionally was having struggling running the mile in a certain time frame, but can build up, as you all know, for those who exercise or walk, or the more you do it, the better you get. So we bring in a candidate who may not have been able to physically pass the road patrol standards at the beginning, but over that year and a half, then they can. So now we're getting a larger group of candidates because, again, now they can pass the physical fitness portion of it.
Thank you, Sheriff. So $35.5 million, and that's just been, quote, bidded out. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's for 2023. That is the latest. Like I said, we did the comparison just to show you in a short amount of time how much it went up, almost $13 million.
Right. Sheriff, not to be, if somebody has a question for the sheriff, but I need to, I guess, talk to Mr. Plunkett about the URA stuff.
Are there any questions for the sheriff before we call Mr. Plunkett up? Ms. McKnight, you
I was
recognize?
going to just say, I don't know if I can do this or not. With public safety coming up, I'd already put on here to discuss, concerns with the facility conditions, which we kind of talked about hygiene. Well, I've got a list of them, but I didn't know if we wanted to, put this on here, or do I need to keep it and we discuss it on public safety?
Well, let's discuss it on public safety. Let's stay germane to renovations.
All right.
Okay.
Sheriff, will you stick around, please, for a little bit after this? Because I'm going to need you on public safety since we can't discuss now.
We are just.
Yeah, it won't take long.
I'll be able to answer your question. I wasn't prepared for your agenda item, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it won't take but a second.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Let's get Mr. Plunkett up, and then we may have a few other questions. Mr. Plunkett?
Yeah, because I do want to make sure
Yes,
we're
sir.
going to come back to the repair part.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Plunkett, name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jim Plunkett. I'm a partner with Plunkett, Hamilton, Manton, and Graves, and I'm an attorney that does some special work for the county from time to time.
Address for the record, please.
429 Walker Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Guilfoyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Plunkett, as far as the URA, in order to issue bonds, is there any, we got a total now, $38.5 million. And in order to do an interest only, like Tim, the deputy director, was speaking, $38.5 million, how could we proceed forward, one, legally, two, try to get it moving? I know that it's still going to take some groundwork before any kind of bonds are issued, et cetera, but that'll give time for us to get our act together, to work with the sheriff, et cetera.
So basically, if I'm understanding that you're planning to pay the bulk of this money from a future SPLOS, so we'd have to have some type of an agreement, if it's not a general obligation debt, to be satisfied. So there would be some type of contractual agreement. The URA would be one probable vehicle for issuing the debt. We did that with this building because it was deteriorating, and we declared this campus an area of blight. We're able to issue the bonds, renovate the facility, and then take the bonds out in the future SPLOS 8. The jail is a little bit more interesting in terms of the pocket of blight. We would look at that to make sure that meets the statutory definition. Then this body would designate a area of blight. After that, we would come up with a plan to redevelop that pocket, which would be the construction and renovation of the facility, and then issue debt. That process would probably take, conservatively, 90 days or so. You could be in the process of preparing to issue the debt at the same time. You don't have to do one and then the next. But it's something that, without having done a deep dive into it, I think it's something in concept that we could use the URA as a vehicle to issue the debt.
Right. Jim, I definitely appreciate your advice on it. My only concern in the past 4 years, from the time the sheriff originally got the quote, I think this building cost went up $13 million. If we looked at doing interest only till we come up with a solution on the paying back, to do a 2-year interest only, I know you just can't come up with the numbers, what it would cost us in just interest for the 2 years until we find the funding stream, shall I say. It'll be a significant savings compared if we waited another 2 to 3 years. I know that. I'd rather pay a little bit of interest now than paying a lot more later. I don't know what this finance body would like to do. I know we're going to be splitting this question on 2 different motions. The other motion would be for the administrator. I'd like to see if we could proceed forward on delegating the administrator to come up with a funding stream for this new jail pod. That'll be on one side of the motion, and then the other motion when we do the emergency service for the sheriffs.
Okay, I'm going to get the sheriff back up so we can talk
Thank you,
about
Jim.
renovations, because the bond conversation is going to take more than today, unfortunately, because we're talking about using the general fund to pay for interest, and that could become a budget nightmare. And that's not to say that it can't happen, but that's something that we want to make sure that we're careful with.
I believe you could.
And then we also have RCCI, the fleet facility, and a few other things that we're going to be bonding out as well. We just bonded number 8. That's an $80-something million project. So I want us to make sure that we are, keeping all of this into consideration. I'm not opposed to it, but we need to keep it into consideration. But before we move on, let's hear from the sheriff.
Can I clarify something, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Guilfoyle. We're at 4:30. I want to hear the sheriff's request for renovations, and then we'll come back to you on that issue.
Okay.
Sheriff Roundtree.
Certainly. Again, myself and Administrator Dowse have been in conversation, came to what we feel a compromise in reference to my immediate need and another path forward. So if I can ask the chair to recognize Ms. Dowse to give you her recommendations of how we want to move forward with that, and then I can answer any specific questions.
All right, Ms. Dowse, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Sheriff Roundtree. This is concerning some emergency locks that are needed at RCCI. Within your books, we have a quote from Willow Products Company in which the Central Services Department has been managing the replacement of locks and hinges at the facility. They are having some issues in which an additional $310,000 is needed to complete this project. I'm asking for a emergency procurement to complete this project as soon as possible with funding from our contingency account, our contingency fund.
So move on that one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there a second? There's a motion and a second to approve an emergency procurement of $310,000 from contingency. Okay, so that motion is on the floor. Point of clarity for a moment, Mr. Brown. Are we able to vote on that and then go back to the bond conversation? Are we able to vote on this motion now, or can we move back into the conversation? Well, we're separating the conversations from what I can tell. We're talking about renovations and then bonding, or should we take them as companion? We should take them as companion items. Okay, so being that that's companion, can we add into this motion to defer to the administrator to come back with recommendations on funding for the jail pod renovations? Because from what I see, there's a lot of moving pieces that I don't think we're prepared to vote on today. So in that motion, if we can add in the administrator bringing back a recommendation, then we can vote on this item.
Can I point a privilege?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I was supposed to come back to you now.
Where you would discuss, and I was hoping that Jim would, we would actually take more money out on the beginning loan to pay off the interest as we went along.
Okay.
It wouldn't be coming out of contingency, but is that possible, Mr. Plunkett?
What you'd be doing is you'd be borrowing the amount for the construction and issuance cost plus interest for approximately 2 years. What I think Tim was referring to is that you would structure the repayment of the bonds for interest only, so that if the SPLOST collections or delayed or whatever, that you would have as minimal amount of payment from the general fund until SPLOST was able to take over the payments. In the past, we've done, issued SPLOST or call for SPLOST elections in advance, things of that nature. We've had SPLOST ballots that failed, so we want to have the ability to be able to pay the bonds with as low expenditure as possible till it's approved by the voters.
Okay, and again, that speaks to the need to have the administrator sit down with finance and a few others, because we're not even really sure SPLOST is the best route to take with that either. I don't think we should start spending before we get it, right? So if we could amend the motion to add in the administrator bringing back a recommendation on funding the jail pod, in addition to funding the $310,000 renovation, we can obtain a vote on that.
Madam Clerk, would you modify my motion to what the chairman said? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
But I just want to give clarification. You're saying a recommendation for the emergency renovation?
No, ma'am. So the recommendation would be, well, how would we effectively fund a new jail pod? If
Yeah,
that's the
I
route
got
the
that
commission would
portion, but the part B of that, she identified contingency.
To approve the 310 from contingency.
Right,
Yes,
funded from the contingency.
Yes.
Account, yes, sir.
Ms. Dowse? Oh, okay.
It was just clarified. Thank you.
All right. So there's a motion by Mr. Guilfoyle and a second. I forgot who made the second.
Ms.
Scott seconded the motion.
Francis.
Okay, let's vote, Ms. Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
It's unanimous.
All right, let's move on to item number 6. And while we have it here, before we move on to number 6, Ms. McKnight, are we still moving item number 9 to full commission?
Well, I won't be here next week, so can we move it to the following?
Okay.
Okay,
We'll-
for more discussion on that?
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Okay.
move item number 9 to next
Yeah,
next
in
committee.
2 weeks.
Next committee?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
September
right.
12th.
To get more info. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6.
Okay, so we're going to do that one without objection,
Without
right?
objection.
Okay. Item number 6.
Number 6. Yes, ma'am.
Discuss a funding shortfall for the 2023 Arts in the Hearts Festival.
All right, Ms. Duran, if you could approach and just give us your dollar ask.
Thank you. I'm Brenda Durand. My address is 1314 Glen Avenue, Augusta, 30904.
Okay.
I'm the director of the Arts Council.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so what's your ask?
So we were just informed at an Arts in the Heart meeting by Walter Ashley, who is the sheriff's deputy assigned to the festival, that our bill for sheriff's deputies and firemen was going up to $82,000 this year, which is $30,000 over what we receive from the city of Augusta for deputies and fire protection.
All right, we have a couple colleagues in the commission, in the queue, I'm sorry. Commissioner Franham, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Durant, has there been any discussion from the committee to possibly use a private security company for a portion of the event to where you might save some money?
So not this year. It was brought to our attention that we could do that in the future, and we will certainly look into it for perhaps parking lots and some other areas.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a security measure to have armed, definitely in some areas and your gates and things, but I think some of this area you probably could use some, near the stage and stuff, but I think that's a significant increase.
It was shocking.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. So so you would need essentially $30,000.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Guilfoyle.
Yes. While we got the sheriff here, can we ask the question about what caused it to go up 40%?
Well, Mr. Sheriff, let's get those steps in again. If you would approach, sir.
He gonna wear them tennis shoes out today.
That's specials.
All right, Mr. Guilfoyle, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sheriff, what constitutes going up $30,000 from last year to this year? Is it more staffing, or is it longer hours, longer days, et cetera?
At the beginning of this year, and I can't speak for the chief, but they usually follow ours, our special duty rate, I think along with the fire department, come January 1, changed this year. So everybody's special duty rate for deputies went up beginning January 1 of this year. So every event that the sheriff office covers this year has gone up because the special duty rate for deputies has gone up, and I believe that's the same with the fire department too, if I'm not certain. I'm not speaking for them, but as far as the sheriff's office, our special duty rate went up.
From what to what? If you don't, I don't have a clue.
I believe it was
30 to 40, I think.
30 to 40? Yeah, $30 to $40 an hour.
25%.
From $30 an hour to $40 an hour.
Right.
And we're matching what Columbia County was doing. We just matched our adjacent county, that special duty.
Well, because it's a 3 to 4 day, it might be longer for the setup. Any kind of discount for longevity is not just doing something for 4 hours. These guys make more money than they would at their normal job.
Yeah, the Augusta National pays for 14 days.
Augusta National got deep pockets too, Sheriff.
I'm just saying, 14 days. And me being a member of Exchange Club, the fair plays for 15 days. We don't give them a discount, and I'm a member.
We're going to run our arts and heart out of this town if we ain't careful. Thank you, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Ms. Dawson,
Motion to approve.
There's a motion.
The request.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Before we obtain a vote, I have a quick question for our administrator. Are there any dollars, when we were doing Juneteenth and a few others, we went on and gave the funding, which was great, but are we able to maybe get some additional funds to maybe supplement what we give through the CVB or through Benish's group like we did with the other groups?
Commissioner, you may recall this body tasked me with working with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Destination Augusta, on a funding plan for FY24. I've already had preliminary conversations with Destination Augusta, and I will be presenting to you a path forward during our budget work sessions.
Okay.
So yes, a plan is in the works.
Got you. And we definitely support Arts in the Heart. It's a great festival. Someone who's a foodie, I love to just go up and down and get food from every area. So whatever we can do to keep them in motion, let's do it. So anyways, there's a motion and a second. Let's vote. That anyways wasn't for you, Mr. And that was for Brandon Garrett. You see him laughing over there.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. All right, Ms. Dowse.
Commissioner Johnson, concerning that last motion, my recommended funding source is contingency.
Okay.
So if we could add that in some way to the approval, I would appreciate that for the record.
If you could just reconsider that motion.
Okay.
And then we'll add that on
Motion.
for a new one.
Can we obtain a motion for reconsideration? Okay. There's a
Okay,
motion.
that was Mr. Guilfoyle
Mr. Guilfoyle
and
Ms.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So we would just need to amend the motion to say
Yes, sir.
from contingency.
Well, so we'll receive that without objection,
Without
unanimous.
objection. Okay, thank you.
With that.
All right, with that, Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you all.
Okay. Let's see. Ms. Bonner, I'm going to start public safety. It's going to be a quick one, too. We don't have a quorum, so we're going to have to push or move, defer everything to the next committee cycle. We can move it to commission. I won't be here next week, but one of them I wanted to discuss, and while the sheriff's here, but I don't have a quorum. So, I can still discuss? All right, well, do what? Yeah, there's no voting on this exactly. We can quickly discuss it, and I believe that we might have some people up here that want to discuss. Do what? What's going on, Commissioner Franham?
You're not supposed to discuss it.
Okay.
She can't deem the motion into existence.
All right,
because
that's
it's not
fine.
a committee.
Okay. Well, we'll just defer it to another time. How about that?
Okay, so can we identify the time? Are we going to
Yes,
the next committee?
Let's push it to the following week. I won't be
next
here next
committee
week.
meeting?
Item number 2 goes to the full commission, please.
Let's move 2 to full commission next week, and then we'll put 1 for the following week.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. Is that good? All right, that concludes public safety.
Ms. Bond, I would like to call administrative service to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to recognize Ms. Commissioner Pulliam.
I have one postponement to further notice, but deletion from here, so I'll bring it back up. And it's number 17. For now.
So we deleting for now.
So we can add that to your consent agenda, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Committee, you ready, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to consider consenting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, and 17. You're right.
Motion to approve as stated.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Dowles, you good?
We're going.
Okay.
We're going top to bottom.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Item number 1, presentation of the right sizing plan, recommendations by interim administrator Dowse.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Johnson. If you recall, I presented the right sizing plan recommendations to you in response to a previous commission meeting in which I was given 120 days to do so. I presented those as of late July 11th. There were some additional questions, and here we are again today with the hopes that I could fill those questions that you may have.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Just for an administrator, Madam Administrator, as far as a right size, and the whole goal, I believe, from this body was to find a displacement of the $10 million that was used out of ARF money from the previous administrator. So the $10 million that we spent out from pay raises that is coming to fruition, I believe, next year, matter of fact. That was the whole goal of the right sizing. What I'm seeing in your book, or your right sizing plan that Deputy Administrator Jackson had put together, is it hits departments. If we could, look at this one, let's say page number 6, it's $450,000 a year by reducing automatic dispatch on fire trucks. That should be a pretty simple solution for the fire department, that they have their own, they get their own tax from the people, that it doesn't hit our general fund. My main goal was to find $2 million that goes back into our general fund. The cost saving for the cost to reduce the ambulance medical costs was $255,000. It does not help our general fund. Cost saving on improved fire asset management of $45,000 a year does not help our general fund. The cat trap neuter release TNR program, $15,000 a year. But that's based on people turning in cats and dogs to the animal control. And with us living out there in District 8, we're going to, I don't know if people's going to be spending money to turn cats in or dogs in, et cetera, and we'll have more dogs and cats being dropped off in our yards, et cetera. But continuing on, as far as net revenue of $5 million, transfer of merchant credit card fees, that's good. But which departments used the credit cards? I think utilities do, and that's where. And then you had $5 million in increase for sales tax. That's assumed, because if we step in a recession, that $5 million goes away. My thinking of right sizing, and I think you and I had this discussion before. Each department has a PIO. And Lord knows how many PIOs we have in Augusta, Richmond County, but as a commissioner, that, you know, I do look at my emails from time to time, but I have my other colleagues that looks at it every day. But we got 4 or 5 PIOs when we really only need 1. We got HR department and rec department. For what? We didn't never have that before. My thing is about finding hard cost to save. I know that in your right sizing you was going to consolidate the vehicles, but we just spent a couple $100,000 on buying 18 more vehicles, and I think you was going to tell us how many vehicles we had within our Augusta, Richmond County. From our discussion yesterday, how many did we have?
I directed Ron Lampkin, the Central Services Director, to provide that information today. So if you would give him an opportunity, he should have that available for you.
Afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. Right now, as far as cars, trucks, vans, and all our motorized vehicles, we have 1,127 countywide.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you break that down for equipment as well, Mr. Lampkin?
As far as equipment is concerned, or what we call small equipment, which includes your mowers, trimmers, trailers, your weed eaters, saws, etc., we have about 1,383 assets at this time.
So as I estimated yesterday, Commissioner, our total asset base is more than 2,000 pieces.
Right. And how many employees we got? 2,700?
No, sir, almost 3,000.
Dang gum. All right. But anyway, get back with this right sizing plan. I think the gist of it was to find 10 million of hard dollars of savings that hits the general fund to displace the ARF money that was used in raises. Was that, am I the only one that thinks that way behind, because we all voted on it unanimously, to displace the $10 million that was used with one-time money that comes due next year. And, you know, I looked at this, I was questioning it because the one thing that stood out was sales tax revenue increase. You can't rely on it because, you know, even in the wording it says assumed. We know what assumed means behind it. I'm concerned about if we're going to do a right sizing, it's different than what I would consider a right sizing. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Guilfoyle raised a series of questions. Can I have an opportunity to reply, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Guilfoyle, I made an attempt to write down your questions as you were asking them or stating them, and one statement you made that this plan was created and presented by Deputy Administrator Jackson. That's not true. The administrator, myself, the interim administrator, Takia Dowse, presented this plan while Deputy Administrator Jackson, along with several department directors, assisted with the development of it. This was my plan as well as my ideas and recommendations that I presented to the commission in response to our February 7th commission meeting, in which the motion stated, approve directing the administrator to report back to the committee in 120 days with recommendations on ways to save money in the departments without increasing taxes due to anticipated budget shortfalls when the ARP money is exhausted.
Okay, the ARP money exhausted, that's the $10 million that I was speaking of, Madam Administrator, and we got to find something to displace it. It was different than what I thought we was going to receive.
Well, and Commissioner, I made several attempts in speaking with you to present the plan to you in advance of me presenting it to the full commission. That way, if you had questions or concerns, they could possibly be addressed before the presentation. We were unable to do so because you stated that you wanted to have your comments reserved for the floor.
Absolutely, I did, but the
But you also-
commission, you already had passed out the books to everybody, Madam Administrator, number one. Number two, it was already done. It was already completed package. For it to go back and be altered and modified, you would have to redo it, send out a whole new package to the body itself. But, you know, this is you. You own this, and
Yes, sir.
that's good.
Yeah.
But it was different than what, I'm not being cruel, I'm just saying it's different from a business owner. It's different than what I would have thought would have been given. I would have had to separate the hard costs from the soft costs and find hard dollars. Simple, but I didn't see it.
Thank you, Mr. Guilfoyle.
It's assumed money or potential. That's it, Madam Administrator.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a different route here and say what I've said before, that I thought this was a pretty nice plan, because it's not an assumed plan, simply because you can see here where the cost savings will come in. Some areas, there are some assumptions that can be made. Some projections is what we call it in business, revenue projections, cost saving projections. And I think that that's something that we should give credence to. One thing that I will say here is that regardless of what we want to do with this plan, the biggest piece of this puzzle to me is establishing this grounds maintenance division, because so much money is being put out in so many different ways when we talk about cutting our right-of-ways and maintaining our city. And that's the portion of this plan that I like the most, and we haven't decided on what we want to do with it yet. I know that on Tuesday, we're going to be talking about potential budget cuts across the board. The mayor has that on the agenda, so maybe that conversation will lead into what you're referring to, Mr. Guilfoyle. But what I will say is, with this plan, divesting in some resources, liquidation of selected Augusta parts, we have been talking about that for 2 years now. So some of the maintenance, some of the savings that we're looking for, we can start with this plan. But before we go any further, I want to ask a question, because there was a concern about whether or not this would impact our compensation study. And so, Ms. Dowse, if you can speak to that, that would be helpful, because I would hope that this committee would go ahead and approve this plan so that we can move forward with some of the more, pressing concerns that we're going to be faced with our budget. And this is certainly a good start. So I'll start by saying thank you, and then can you kind of speak to this whole idea of how this plan fits into the compensation plan? And then from there, let's decide what we can approve.
Sure, Commissioner. Section 3 of my plan, titled Workforce Staffing and Position Control, is the only area of the plan that would negatively impact the compensation study. As of June 6, I stated that there were 331 vacancies. The funds that would be assumed in the event that the commission decided to abolish those positions would be $1.6 million. However, that would not be a true representation of funding, only because some of those positions are interim level positions, such as the administrator's office has, as you know, the administrator permanent position is vacant, as well as there's a deputy administrator position that is vacant, along with 3 other positions just within that one department. There are other departments that have vacancies that are considered critical. And so while there are 34 positions that have been vacant for more than 12 months that represent our general fund dollars, it is not advantageous and is not recommended for this body to eliminate or abolish those positions. Section 3, again, would relate negatively to the compensation study.
And what measures could this body take to make them move in synergy with each other? Because I would hate to cause any type of interruptions.
Sure. By removing Section 3 altogether, that would eliminate that negative impact.
And then a follow-up question, Madam Chair.
One.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make it super quick. If we move down this road of approving this right sizing plan today, and then at commission next Tuesday, how fast would we be able to move forward with creating this grounds maintenance division through Central Services?
Because we are coming up on the slow growing season, I think we can capitalize on the fall cooler months in which grass is not growing as fast. I would like an opportunity to present a fully fleshed out plan during our commission budget work sessions, ensuring that we are able to allocate all of the proper funding, transferring funding from one department to another for it to take effect January 1. I would also like to note in my cost savings category in Table 7 on page 18, the outsourcing services piece, which is where the consolidation of this grounds maintenance plan would come from. A savings amount has not been identified only because it was, again, a forecasted assumption. But I do know, based upon the fact that we have more than 20 right-of-way as well as grounds maintenance contracts, that there are savings that can be assumed with this consolidation effort.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, ma'am. So just looking over this, and I think that we also had the conversation about whether to ask questions or whatever, and I had a lot going on at that point, and I don't think I ever circled back around. But just looking at these numbers, Commissioner Johnson said that it wasn't fair to talk about the assumptions here, but I think that when this entire discussion started, it was around basically where can we start finding savings to anticipate some of these shortfalls that we're going to have because of some of the ARP expenditures. And so I think that Commissioner Guilfoyle referenced something that, this isn't really what he expected. And I think what a lot of us were probably expecting was something that was sustainable. And so when you're looking at, Section 4, when you're talking about enhanced revenue opportunities, yes, that could potentially happen. We've seen it happen this year. I mean, we just had the announcement of SPLOST dollars are coming in quicker than anticipated, and so that's good. But we also face the uncertainty of the future of, potential slowdown in the economy, which would affect that. And then on Section 5, the asset divestment, you got 1.8 million there. Those are assumptions that we can sell those properties for those amounts. And sustainability-wise, we don't have that property to sell each year for those prolonged savings. And then Commissioner Johnson asked which section you would remove in order to not affect the, just the workflow and everything that's currently taking place. And you said Section 3, that's $1.6 million. So if you take the $115 million or $1,000 that we were talking about here, take the 1.6 out, that brings us down to $8.5 million. And then if you take out 4 and 5, which is another $7.4 million, we're really only looking at a little over $1.5 million in savings that that's actually sustainable past next year. So, that's one of those things that I think that we were kind of looking at, those hard and soft costs. We were looking, where can we show our taxpayers that we are trying to trim back, just like we're having to do in our households because price of goods are up, so you're not able to do as much. So I think that those are real savings that I think that we were all anticipating and having.
Well, and also to that end, Commissioner Garrett, Section 10, actually Section 9, the percentage-based budget cuts. As you know, the mayor had an agenda item on the agenda today as well. That recommendation would not be coming from the administrator's office, while it was considered a strategy that could be used. Right. And so if you notice, an amount was not listed there either. Now, within the time frame that this body allotted me, I presented a solid plan, one in which met the...
Oh, it's a hell of a start. I mean, I really think it's a good place to start looking. I mean, just looking at the asset divestment that we could do, let's do that tomorrow. Let's go ahead and put those properties on the block. Let's get rid of them. I mean, there's absolutely no reason for us to hold on to them if they're able to be getting, if we're not using them, let's get them off the books. So, I mean, like I said, it's a great place to start, and I appreciate it. I mean, I can see the work that went into this, and but then again, it worries me. I mean, I'm working on budgets at work now, and for next year, and it's really hard to anticipate what next year is going to look like, especially with the rock and roll nature of our economy right now.
Commissioner Fran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hearing all the dialogue here, and it's really good dialogue, both for and against, I guess. My question for the administrator is this considered a working document in your mind?
I would consider this document one in which changes can be made based upon the needs of the organization at that particular time. So yes.
Okay, because I think that's where kind of my head is on this. I mean, this government doesn't like change, and we all know that sitting up here that have been elected or worked here for many years. Everybody likes to stay in their own bubble, silos, and some of this stuff's not working. And of this right-sizing plan, I do support the grounds cutting aspect of it, but I do want to make sure that the department heads that are currently at effects, they understand the impact of that. And I think that that's important to make sure that they understand, where we're going. And obviously you stated before that once we do this, you'll have a workshop for implementation, but I think it's important to have those also discussions with the department heads on the impacts, because obviously there's going to be budget changes and staffing and things that, but I also think that from my perspective, this government's got to look at what we as a governing body can implement moving forward. One instance is some of these cars, like, okay, if you have, and I don't know this, but if you get a car, you're not getting a car allowance. Am I correct in saying that?
That is the way it is designed.
Okay. Well, this governing body needs to make sure that it's not happening. Okay. There's also a lot of department heads driving shiny new cars. Why do we always buy the shiniest and the bright? The former mayor, took advantage of the situation up here, to be frank with you, and bought a nicer car that, frankly, I mean, I know you don't drive it much, or you let other people drive it and stuff, but like, it should have never got to that level. Like, we should have never spent that kind of money on the car. And I think that is where this body, and then you put on the agenda today, budget cuts and things of that nature. If it's a working document, then we should support this, because this is a start. I mean, we got to stop acting like just because it wasn't our idea, or just because it doesn't have everything that we want in here. It doesn't have everything I want in here, frankly. But it's a start. It's a working document. And I think that, like, to get where we need to do, we need to support this, but we also need to look at other ways that we can save money and look at other ways to implement things that, maybe we don't buy. You can't buy a car under 5 years or under certain aspects, because to have that many cars for 3,000 people is a little ridiculous. I mean, that's a lot of cars. And what can we do as a governing body to implement a policy that you're not getting new cars for X amount of time? And I know a lot of times it's through SPLOST, but some of these car situations is ridiculous. And what else can we implement from our standpoint up here to save money or to do things the way that maybe we shouldn't do them? If a PIO from one department leaves, maybe this body says, you know what, moving forward, we're not going to refill that position, because now we're going to try to the synergies of having the same message is important. And, we are doing a better job of telling the story. I will tell you that. But I do think that we have duplicated services a lot in this government where we could condense it down into one stronger message. So I think for me, it's more like, what can we do to continue to have a working plan to work through things? Not necessarily, I'm not saying fire people or get rid of people. I'm saying we continue to analyze the organization of where we are and what we can do better to save money moving forward through a start. But it needs work, but it's a start. And I think it's something that we should have done a long time ago. The grass cutting thing is a problem for every person up here. It's not my job, it's your job, and it's got to change. And the department heads that are not, some of them don't like it, but at the end of the day, it hasn't worked. So it's time we got to look to do something new. So I'm on my soliloquy, but sorry. Back to you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion to, because this should be a working document, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the right sizing plan as presented and allow the administrator to implement at her discretion. Well, and I said that because okay, let me say what I'm telling you, because section 3 we're talking about taking that part out, right? But then we may get to a better place to when section 3 doesn't necessarily have to be taken out. So when I say implement at her discretion or implement at her speed, whatever, you know, we say we can divest in parks tomorrow. If that's what she wants to do it. But she brings back a recommendation because it is a working document versus taking a whole section out of the plan and then we never revisit that plan, because although that part of the plan might you know, no, not a workshop, being in that plan, that part of the plan might impact the compensation study, you know, we don't want to get to the point where we don't go back to it. I hope I'm making sense.
Well, can I speak to that? So I guess my thing is that, like, I would hope that this would give her kind of the keys to bring something back to us. I mean, we talked about parks and we hadn't done anything. We talked about grass cutting, we hadn't done anything. Like, if we approve it, then it tells me what should happen. And she says, you know what, in 2 weeks we're going to put this on the agenda or legal or however we handle it. Like, I don't necessarily think she should just be able to just do that without the approval of the body. I just think that it gives her the ability to put it on the agenda and move it forward to where it comes back to us.
So, Madam Chair, so should I just amend the motion to approve it?
I think so.
All right.
As long as it's a working document, we're all under the impression that we're going to, like, continue to revise and implement and that sort of thing.
All right, look, we're working together. George Escala's gone. He didn't see this part. So I'll amend my motion to just approve the administrator's right sizing plan as presented.
Second.
I have one question, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. I tried to get Commissioner Johnson to ask the question, but he wanted me to do it. In regards to the compensation study, when is that due back? Just for the commission to look at. Do we have a time frame on that? Oh, that was 2.
I can have a date for you next week, but I have been speaking with Siegel as well as our Human Resources Director to present to the commission an update concerning the compensation study.
And when that comes back, could we also take a look at number 3 on this plan at that same time?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I said before, I think in this committee that we had so many, we got the compensation study coming, we got the right size plan that I think is a good document. And also we got now on the committee, the mayor bringing something about overall cuts. You know, we can make decisions, but it's still based on what's gonna come from all these different studies that we have. So with that, I just want to make sure you know that we're saying, yes, go forward, but we do need to have clear understanding with the administrator that before she change anything, that we got to make sure that we're, whatever she changed, make sure it's not going to impact in what the compensation study or the item that the mayor wants to do. So good job, and voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Okay. If it's all right with the committee, I would like to move down to number 14. I see we have our Superior Court Administrator in the audience, and he's been here for a while, Mr.
Nolan Martin.
Mr. Barton, and Wayne Guilford, if that's okay. We're going to move to the 14, please.
Yes. Item 14 is to discuss enhanced lighting improvements to address safety concerns at the Augusta Judicial Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 29th, I was in a courtroom with the Honorable Danny Craig, and while I was sitting there, he was telling me about the lights. He basically said, I'm in a courtroom, well, this is who I text. I was in a courtroom with Danny Craig, and he stated the lights are foul and keeps going out, and the train, I guess the contractor, keeps replacing them numerous times. He believes that the lights are defective and needs major attention. He stated that the lights they were good prior to them changing out to the LEDs. The hallways are dark, and a security problem. It poses a security problem with the prisoners because of the dark hallways. Now I'm going to let you have it.
All right, I'm Nolan Martin, Court Administrator for the Augusta Judicial Circuit. And as I see it, there are two issues with the enhanced lighting at the courthouse. One is electrical infrastructure, and that is we either have a problem of no lighting, strobe lighting or flashing lights, or lights that are way too bright for the situation. With respect to the lights that don't work, and let me stop for a minute and say, one, Central Services has been great. I mean, they've been responsive, diligent, dedicated, as well as the train team. Anytime we have called them, they have responded quickly and tried to repair or fix the issue. With that said, the issues keep happening. We're talking about from May the 1st up through this week. Every week, every weekend, they come in nights, weekends, and try to correct it. And most of what they're correcting is not their lighting as much as the electrical work within the Judicial Center. Now, we've had the strobe lighting, we've had no lighting, but more importantly in my mind, we've had burnt bulbs. We've had bulbs catch fire. One was in Judge Craig's chambers. And when we told him the light was out, Mr. Brian Frostwood Train came and physically touched that light that was off, and he jerked his hand back. He said that bulb's on fire, and it was already turning brown. It was already burning at the top. And they have come in and corrected those issues, you know, each week. But the underlying issue, I believe, is the electrical infrastructure in that. The other challenge is an environmental application. And what I mean by that is, right now you're sitting and you have a single case light over you. When we had regular light bulbs, we had the single case lights, we have an overhead light, and we had backlighting. Now when you put LED lights in those fixtures, it becomes so bright you can't look at a computer screen because of the glare off of it. You can't look at a juror or a witness because the light's so bright it darkens their outline, if you see what I'm saying. And so, you know, in some places there are no lights or it's too dim, in other places it's too bright. Are they addressing those concerns? Absolutely, absolutely. They've come in dim, they've changed bulbs and all that, but there was no pre-implementation evaluation of the electrical system and its effect on that, and there was no environmental review to see, you know, what is going to be the amount of light needed in this particular area to be the most effective.
I appreciate you letting us know the issues and concerns in the courthouse. Mr. Lampkin, I hope we're not paying train per fixture to install, are we? Because we keep having to replace them?
No, they're not. And we have come to the conclusion, which is that, just like Nolan said, it's about the faulty wiring. It's not the lights. Train did send some parts back because they thought it was the lights, and have some stuff tested. But we do have some faulty wiring that they have been fixing as these things occur. So it's not that we have an issue with train. It's not a train issue. It's not a product issue. It's more of an electrical issue inside of the courthouse that we are addressing as we see fit. Also, in speaking with Nolan, I know they're doing some AV work at the courthouse as well that's having issues because of the wiring. So as these things come up, we are correcting them. So
I did talk to the Honorable Judge Brown at the when the First Lady came in. I was telling her about my discussion with Mr. Craig, and she was telling me she has to wear sunglasses in her office as well. It's so bright. How do we overcome that challenge?
When we are getting those complaints, like Nolan said, we are going in and adjusting the bulbs and the light depending on who calls. Some people, of course, this is a situation where you may have different opinions. For some people, the light is just right. For some, it's too bright. So Train has been real good about going in and changing bulbs and changing the luminaires if needed.
All right. Does so if there's a problem, you could be contacted directly.
Right, yeah, like I said, and Nolan tell we talk all the time.
We have open communication.
Right.
There's no issue. And with Train, I mean, I know I've got them on speed dial. I mean, they know, and they get back with me. So we talk about a problem, they fix it, and then they tell me what they did, and it goes on every week. I mean,
the
it's
problem
time
resurface.
consuming. And some of the things that they've corrected, have gone bad again. One of the I guess one of the greatest security concerns was a secure hallway on the second floor. Every light was out and emergency power came on to back up. And that's where some transportations, jurors, judges come from their area. And they fixed it. They said it was a controller. And then later it was the wiring to the controller. And, and again, that's not their bulb, it's the electrical infrastructure. But, it's one thing to say, it's fixed and then it goes bad again at the moment you don't need it to go bad. I mean, right. when there's a security issue there and it goes dark.
Right, and to speak on what Nolan is saying, in talking to Train about that hallway lighting and that interruption that was where they were going out, it was being caused by a low voltage controlled contactor, which was come to find out that the relays also was bad, and it was because it was outdated technology. So we working to get that fixed as well.
Do we have an electrician on?
Train has one that they've contracted in to take care of those things.
Right, and I've had to bring, before I can install my audio-visual equipment to upgrade, we've got an ARPA grant to upgrade the audio-visual in all the courtrooms. I have to bring an electrician in to dedicate lines and run it back to make sure it's a stable source of electricity for that AV equipment, because we already had to replace some control boxes and things and control switches because of electrical issues. And so I can't throw good money after bad,
I understand that.
Mr. Frampton. Okay. I just have a question, and it may be for the administrator. I'm hearing we're having some electrical issues. So do we need to have an evaluation done of the complete building? You or Mr. Lampkin can answer that, because if it's being repaired one day and two weeks later the same thing is happening or on another floor, we're still not solving the problem. So it's good that we're responsive, but that's not fixing the problem.
And that's what we're working on. We're tracing back problems. One of the issues that was going on with the flickering and the flashing is that we found out that the fixtures, or what they call the tombstones, were sharing neutrals. So they had to go back and switch the neutrals out to make sure that it wasn't happening anymore. So it's a couple of things, but yes, we're going to do some evaluations and we're chasing it down.
And I do want to say that it's a pleasure working with Mr. Ron and his staff in terms of getting these issues fixed, and not just with electrical issues, but throughout the courthouse. It's been very helpful to the judicial branch.
Oh, we appreciate it, Nolan.
Can I have a motion to receive as information?
Ms. Nolan, thank you, sir. Sorry you waited so long.
Without objection.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Going back to number 2,
No,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Let's go with 13, please.
13. Item 13 is a request that the Augusta Richmond County Board of Commissioners instruct the Board of Assessors, Chief Appraiser, and/or designee to appeal the 2022 Georgia Department of Audit and Accounts sale ratio study, and to refer the question of correctness of the current 2022 equalized adjusted property tax digest for the local school system to the state auditor as permitted by Georgia Code 485-274, and authorize the Board of Assessors, Chief Appraiser, and/or their designee to act on behalf of Augusta, Richmond County in related hearings.
Thank you. I believe I see some representative from Mr. Roundtree office, the tax assessor, so we'll hear from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, commissioners. So the Department of Audit study we receive on an annual basis. It basically, just for I guess a quick overview, it has two effects on local governments. One of those being the school board. It creates a final equalized digest for the school board. So based upon what that ratio is, and we're required by state mandates to be between a 36 and a 42 ratio. What the school board effect is, and it's actually runs a couple years behind, but the school board receives funding based on allocated funds throughout the state, and it depends on a lot of different factors, but what the ratio can affect is how much the value is pushed up or down, so it would push them into a different category of funding. The main effect that we're kind of focused on as well here is the public utility equalized ratio, which is still part of this study. Anytime a ratio in any county in the state of Georgia falls below a 38 or above a 42, the public utilities are taxed on whatever that rate is instead of 40%. So your home, for example, if it's valued by us at $100,000, it's taxed at $40,000. Public utilities, with our ratio being below a 38, are taxed, if their value was $100,000, they're being valued at $35,000, roughly. Rough estimate there based on the current ratio study. So our request is to be able to appeal this, go through the process, familiarize ourselves with the process, see if we can get that ratio adjusted some. This is a problem that's started over the last 2 years. Many counties are starting to deal with this, and last year 30 counties had their ratios adjusted by going through this appeal process. We are seeking authorization, as we are required to from the commission, to be able to discuss this with the Department of Audits, present them our findings and what we have. It's mainly within our commercial area that our ratio was low, approximately a 34, and based on studies that we have, we can get that closer to a 36, which definitely impacts that final public utility ratio.
Did you?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman. As the ex officio on the Tax Assessors Board, basically the board had asked for this to be put on. That's who was in support of it unanimously, is to file an appeal with the state to make sure that we are in the guidelines, et cetera. One, in hopes to be beneficial for the end user. And I think it puts more burden on the utilities sector, I believe it'd be correct, but the chances of it going up on the private residential is slim to none, I believe. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, sir. It will not affect the way residential or commercial properties in our county are taxed for 23 or even 24. It totally has the impact on the school board funding and the public utilities and the amount they will pay. So it's basically a collection issue based upon that ratio.
So actually, every one of our representatives on that board supported it. So I'm not on this committee.
Motion approved.
You're seconding? You will?
Second.
Okay, we're gonna do a roll call quick. Ms. Franham?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis? Okay. Ms. Scott?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Ms. Bond, I believe we are at I think number 2 was answered already. Ms. Stiles? Number 2, I think we just asked for amendment number 2, Ms. Bonner. I think what happened, it was answered when we was talking about
The right sizing?
the right size and how many vehicles we had.
Yes, ma'am, he asked how many vehicles, but I don't
this is the
recall the body making a motion.
Motion to approve number 2.
Second.
Without objection.
Okay. So that takes us to item number 12 now. Item 12 is to request and discuss information regarding the city's grant application process, including seeking grants works. Ms. Pulliam?
Ms. Pulliam?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So my ask is that, well, first, a question. Is there a capital list of potential projects from all departments that is shared with the administrator's office and the commission? Administrator Dowse.
Departments send a capital listing for budget purposes. However, we do not have one from a holistic standpoint, nor is it consistent. For instance, it may be a 3-year plan, it may be a 5-year plan, it may be a 10-year plan. So while we have information in regards to capital projects for various departments, it has not been mandated across the board and therefore is not a holistic capital plan.
And my reason for putting this on the agenda was because I see that there is a need for it. As we continuously get information about grant dollars that are available, federal or monies that are available to fund certain projects, I see the need to have a capital list that's a live document and that the departments are talking amongst each other. That way, if, say, for instance, because I'm looking into the audience, if HCD is working on a project, but there's an IT component to it as well, that way they're all looking at this live document throughout the departments, the administrator as well as ourselves, so that we are able to go in and actually take advantage of the funding when it comes in. But I'm not on this committee, so I'm asking that we actually have this capital list that's shared with the administrator as well as the commission of projects that departments are working on, even if they're not shovel-ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrator Dowse, is there a list currently available that we could have circulate to the commission, or would that be something we have to create?
From a holistic standpoint, meaning every department across the board, I would think that would need to be a document that would have to be compiled. It is my expectation that each department has already created the listing within their department, and that information would just need to be forwarded to the administrator's office for compilation and then dispersed amongst the commission.
So basically what my colleague is asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have a list of special projects that departments will be seeking grant dollars for, so that we could begin to look for grants in that vein.
And so not necessarily we, the commission, look
Right,
for
right,
them, but even as now we have started our grant department and we now have a grant writer, that way that information is readily available. Because as our current administration is constantly putting out funding sources and you pray for rain and you're not ready for it.
Right.
So I want to be able to make sure that we are able to go to this list, this live document, and pull from it and say, hey, engineering has this going on right here. So this could actually apply with these dollars.
Okay. So would it be in order to make the motion? So I'll just make a motion to instruct the administrator to.
Can I ask something first?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can I ask something
Yeah,
before
I'll
we- okay.
pause. Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
my question is, Mr. Evans is taking over the grant writing for the city. Could he not handle this aspect of the request from the commissioner and like, because I mean, at the end of the day, he's not writing all the grants. He's making sure all the grants are like, kind of being like done in a sense, right? Am I wrong in stating that?
So you're partially right and partially wrong in that Mr. Evans is one individual, and while it is not yet a department, he is doing the best he can possibly do in his new role. He is taking on the challenge of sourcing notices of funding opportunities as well as writing grants when we have those opportunities that we feel that Augusta could have a competitive edge. It is still the responsibility of each and every department to continue to source those same notices of funding opportunity as well as continue to write grants. So Mr. Evans is just an additional layer of funding that is out there searching and beating the streets to ensure that Augusta is putting their best foot forward. But yes, Mr.
Couldn't he
Evans.
be the individual that kind of brings it all together as the request of commissioner?
Absolutely. So by tasking the administrator, I would most definitely delegate that task.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to that effect.
All right.
I took your
Without
Ready to vote?
objection?
You want to do it without objection?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay? We're
Yeah,
doing
sure,
this?
sure.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that will take us to 16. Sorry.
Right.
Jeez. Item number 16 is discuss the organizational structure of the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative. Now that's with Mr.
Thank you,
Lewis
Commissioner.
out.
I added this item to the agenda because as of late, there's been some concern surrounding how the Choice Neighborhood Initiative is being structured. If you recall, this body in January of 2022 passed a motion in which the administrator's office would be the responsible party in delegating and structuring the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. And because of that, most recently, there's been a slight realignment, and I just wanted some clarity as to how this body wanted the Choice Neighborhood Initiative to continue. And I'll state that the motion stated, in addition to other things, the piece that I'm mostly concerned about in discussing today is allow the city administrator to move forward with the implementation of the recommended usage plan. Prior to my position, the administrator as well as the previous mayor, or I'm not going to even say the previous mayor, but the previous administrator presented a recommended usage plan that was accepted by this body. However, that has changed as of late. So my question is, do we want to continue along with the January 2022 approval as stated by the commission or move forward in another fashion?
I'm ready to speak when you tell me.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Fran. Excuse me.
Mr. Franum?
Mr. Fran.
Yeah,
Commissioner
I
Fran,
just
I'm
want to lead.
sorry.
The reason I want to lead it off is because I just want to tell the backstory a little bit here. So this happened under Odie Donald's watch, and the former mayor did not even sign this document. It was signed by the former tax commissioner. It was not even signed by the mayor. The mayor didn't even know anything about it. And you know, to know that, and the mayor can speak to this too, but like, what concerns me is that when it was brought to our attention a month ago now, maybe, like the fact that the tax commissioner has been leading the charge, this is nothing against what they had stated, but the mayor had talked about this initiative before and had spoken to our new mayor about, like, the mayor has to be engaged in this process. Now, I have no concern with the administrator taking the lead, but I just have concerns that if the mayor is not engaged in the process, like he hasn't been, because they didn't, we all know the history of the former mayor and the tax commissioner in this government. To really get where we need to be, the mayor needs to be engaged in this process, and the consultant has told this mayor and the previous mayor called me yesterday to talk about this, and would be here today if we would have had him here, because he is concerned about the trajectory of where we're going with this. So I think we should continue on. But I think that we ought to bring all entities. I know there's few new people engaged, or they were engaged and they weren't engaged at the same level, whatever. And let's all work together and put the history behind to get this done. Like, we need this, and it's a great program. And I just think that, like, we need to not, punt this year and get it done and just move forward. Like, no disrespect to anybody that has been engaged in the process, but it just seems to me that because of how it started when someone left, really wasn't started, with the former mayor engaged. Let's do it right and have all these entities together and have a good conversation together so that we can make this happen. So, thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dowse, can you share information about current committee members and those who are currently engaged in this process? Do you have that information?
I do. It is rather lengthy, so do you want the exhaustive list?
No, ma'am. So basically what I'm asking for is just if you could provide that to the commission in maybe an email form, just so that we'll have that information, because I want to know who's on that committee. Because from what I understand, the mayor's office is involved in this and has been involved, and we're certainly not saying that the mayor's office shouldn't be, because the mayor is championing this Choice Neighborhoods initiative, and we appreciate him for that. So I publicly say thank you, Mayor Johnson, because this program is going to transform Augusta, Richmond County in a way that we've been asking for quite some time. So what I'm going to suggest, and I see we have other colleagues in the queue, but I'm going to suggest in the form of a motion that we continue with the original plan with the administrator serving as our lead on this project, so that the commission and the mayor will be at the table and informed. But I'll also add that myself, Commissioner Pulliam, and Commissioner Scott be added to the committee, because it will affect our districts. And I think that's one difference that we have not had in the past, is that the three of us, the District 1, District 2, and the Super 9 Commissioner, be at that table. And not for decision-making purposes, but just to make sure that we're informed and that we can keep our colleagues informed as well. And so that'd be a form of motion. That's a big statement. I need to clean it up, huh? Or did you catch all that, Ms. Bonner?
We got the necessary parts.
All right. Can you call it back to me, please, if you don't mind? It's what it time
It is to continue the original action as approved with the administrator as the lead, including Commissioner Jordan Johnson, Stacy Pulliam, and Francine Scott be added to the committee.
Yes, ma'am. And can we also make sure that we get the list of the committee members? Because I want to make sure that the mayor's office remains involved. I know Jasmine is on the committee, and we ought to keep that. We need to keep that in line.
You adding this to the commission,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
an FYI?
Does it need to be a motion, or can it just be an FYI?
And what are you doing now?
I just want to get a copy of the committee list.
Yeah, that could be just a request.
Okay. Thank you, and that's my motion.
Can I get some clarity on his motion?
Mm-hmm.
Is housing and development and planning and zoning in your committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that then.
Go ahead, Mayor Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was brought to my attention back in March when I assumed office, in that it was a desire from the consultant, WRT Consultant. The question was, where was the city leadership on this? Where was not only the mayor but the commission? Prior to that, there was not a lot of engagement between the mayor's office and the commission, and ultimately this is a city grant. I initially started to engage in having the conversation, looking at where this program was led. It was led in a department where should have never been. As part of the realignment, I asked to bring this program back to where it should have been from the beginning, where it had continuity to it. To Housing Community Development, the Housing Authority, Planning and Development, reporting to the Commission and the Mayor. Prior to recently, it's never been there. So that was my ask, and I'm glad that my colleagues are agreeing that this is an important initiative to our city, and I'm just glad that we're now getting back on track. So thank you.
Administrator House.
Commissioner Scott, I just wanted to, for the record, note that while the project has had a project manager in another office, the administrator's office has been the lead on the project. And so I will be more than happy to have a conversation with the mayor as well as the others that have been noted to ensure that we can get this project in a consolidated fashion to meet the deadlines as stated by HUD. Thank you.
One question, has the project manager changed at this point?
You want me to answer it?
Yes, please.
I'll gladly answer. Yes, it was my request that it be changed based on the recommendation from the consultant and from the Housing Urban Development, that it be back within the control of the city. The project manager that was running the program was not considered a city individual, so the consultant and the HUD make the recommendation that it be brought back within the city.
So
I
my
think we need
follow-up, I'm sorry, I apologize. My follow-up question is, was that change something that should have gone through the administrator's office as well as through the commission for the commission to vote on the change?
Again, it was a recommendation of the consultant in Housing and Urban Development that it should always have been led by a city-led individual from the city.
And in choosing that individual, should that have gone through the commission, who is the governing body for the city county of Augusta, Richmond County?
Again, the individual. Yes. Probably yes, but the individual that was asked to be a part of it was the part of the discussion in that the person does housing every single day. I don't even see why he wasn't part of it from the beginning as a lead.
We can't change it because I think we had a commission action on it, so we can't just haphazardly appoint people to.
So let's go back to that commission action. It stated clearly.
Yeah.
Let me read it. According to the commission action that was taken, I think on June, it says, July 1st, 2021, the Augusta Commission authorized the administrator to pursue a fiscal year 2021 Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant with Augusta, Georgia as the lead applicant in partnership with Augusta Housing Authority, the Augusta Land Bank Authority, MCG Foundation, and Augusta Housing and Community Development, HCD. All those people are at the table based on the recommendation from July 21st. There was no change. There was no grab by the mayor's office. That's what the previous commission approved.
Okay, but I think specifically we was talking, and I don't want to get into weeds, and we don't need to do it on the floor, but we were talking about changing project directors and adding people onto this committee. I think we need to make sure we're not changing what's already.
Nothing's been changed.
Yeah, what are you saying?
It's based on the action from the commission.
Ms. Pullen.
I'll leave it alone right now because my specific question was, does it take an action from the commission even as Commissioner Johnson just asked that him, myself, and Commissioner Scott be added to the committee, and Commissioner Frantum had to second that. So when we're changing members of the committee, or changing project managers, is that not something that has to flow through the commission, or can it just be the mayor gets to, and that's fine, I'm just asking for clarity in that.
Yeah, my thing is that we didn't pick the project manager on this dais, so why would we? I mean, we just picked. You know, we said the committee. We didn't say X was going to be project manager. So I don't know if it's in our privy to just determine who the project manager is. If I'm being honest, because we didn't pick that.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Well, if we go back to the original planning grant, when the housing authority took over, we didn't get it initially. So then the city came back and took on, because we didn't have buy-in from the mayor's office and others. Proximity was what was the key there. So folks who were in proximity took it, got it where it is, and have us close to getting this implementation grant. I mean, this planning grant. I think the thing here is we all found out about this realignment in a press release, and that's yesterday's news. That's not something that we're gonna stick on and hold to. The fact that we're even sitting here still discussing it and then trying to make room for individuals is grace on the behalf of the commission. And we all know that grace doesn't always abound. So at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to move forward to make sure that the residents of Allen Homes get what they need, and that the Laney Walker and Bethlehem communities get the revitalization that it's been looking for decades. And so I think a good win for everyone to just take and walk away with is that the city administrator takes the charge on this program. She will have the ability to engage whatever department, whatever individual she needs to engage to get us to the finish line. As far as who started it and where it went, I don't care anything about that. Because when Allen Homes residents call me, they're not saying, well, Commissioner Johnson, what is Stephen Kendrick doing, or what is Jeff Poozer doing? They're saying, y'all lied to us. And I don't like that. Because at the end of the day, we have the opportunity to still deliver on a promise. So my suggestion is to take this motion, support the motion, and let's deliver for Allen Homes. Everything else to me does not even matter at this point. Ms. Dowse will have the ability to engage whoever she wants to engage to get us to the finish line, and this commission will be doing this community a disservice to get in the way of that.
My only contention is that we engage based on the recommendation of our consultant in the housing urban development, that the city take ownership of this, based on those departments that were outlined and passed by previous commission.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gill.
Are you voting?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair. Okay. Mr. Franham?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis is out, I believe. Ms. Scott?
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out. You need to do what?
Take a picture of them. Two of them, the caption, because I don't have them in other places.
Okay, well, let me just scan them in and send them to you.